All right, welcome everybody. All right, you guys are live as well now. Welcome everyone to our first Blaze Blue open bracket, the first of many, hopefully. I'm joined on commentary by SKD and Towito. They will be your pre-top 8 commentators. Say hello, everyone.
Hey guys, what's up? Um, just here to commentate some good ass plays, Lou. Definitely
That
happy to be working with the WASD guys.
that is the
Hey,
plan.
how's it going?
Um,
I am happy to be here. This should be a lot of fun.
yeah, I'm super excited. I'm glad we're able to do these. We had our beginner bracket last week, over 60 entrants,
Yeah,
and
y'all had a lot of people.
that was a long tournament, and connection issues were maybe a little tricky, so we're going to hopefully not experience those as much today. But yeah.
I mean, they've been relatively on top of like patching some things and helping out with some of these issues. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. And before we get started, I just want to let everyone know to join the Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat. Click the claim code button. You'll donate 30 free cents to the pot. It'll go right to the top 3 placers of this tournament. 100% of what's contributed or earned through codes and sponsor quests goes right to the players. I'm going to go ahead and get our first match on stream. And that is going to be JohnWHITEES, who is in our beginner bracket, versus fn.LeX, whom I've not seen before.
Okay.
We'll see.
Do you remember what character they played?
JohnWHITEES played Hakumen.
Hakumen. Word. Very popular character for a lot of people coming from other fighting games for some reason, because it's very funny. The character has a very unique style within BlazBlue. I don't think it's very reminiscent of other fighting games, but well, they see it and they're like, "Oh, footsies buttons."
Yeah, it's like it's Hakumen is like he's a funny trap because it's like okay, this is footsies, and then
It's not footsies.
and then like what you like wake up, you hit like a counter, you get it right, and you're like, I understand. Yeah.
This one's just like
Izanami
very
was
momentum, explosive character. Cool to see like someone from the beginner bracket just like, you know, jumping right into it, right? Just ready to play with people. Let's go.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things that I really appreciate a lot about beginner brackets because you get the chance to get your feet wet and it's like, all right, well now I
Yeah,
get to go in here.
this
And it's,
matchup is actually pretty interesting just because of her Oki structure needing to change against parry, since he can actually frame one parry against Wheel Oki. So it does change the dynamic a bit. I'm sure she has counterplay to outspace it, but once he activates counter, he's invul during the entire duration of it regardless. So he
yeah,
can
because
just
he
like do it
catches
again.
the projectile and all that.
Yeah,
And
so
then on
it's
top
like,
of that,
hey,
sorry, continue.
oh, it's just like, hey, like even if he does parry something and you've got like something else on the way, like he can just parry again, and it's like, oh, when is he gonna stop?
It's just like he's just chilling out invuln for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, and also Yukikaze breaks ribcage, so
That is another big thing as well.
just gotta be ready. See how tight the Oki is, because I've seen a lot of people hang themselves on the Oki, for sure, not respecting Hakumen's options well enough, and just like not being ready for the counterplay. So.
Yeah, especially when like the Hakumen understands the different ways they can RPS and layer their options with all sorts of different like things. Whether or not it's even like freaking like wake up Tsubaki or a counter or just waking up and blocking and down backing for a brief moment.
Yeah, wake up Hotaru, man. Wake up Hotaru.
that brings back painful memories. Yeah, I mean we'll have to see. Hopefully they kind of understand their they have a lot of counterplay against Izanami, because if you don't realize that you can flex your muscles a bit there, you could end up in a but we'll see.
Very patient start. I feel like resource-wise, she does want to kind of go in really early. Yeah, I understand the ribcage.
Yeah.
Because like you don't want him to get Magatama because it just changes how you're gonna like perform offense against him and everything. So, but that was a pretty early burst. Spent a lot of barrier.
Yeah. JohnWHITEES isn't really like pressing it very much. Like after the fact, it's really like, all right, you have low barrier. let me see if I can at least keep him blocks up for a period of time, and then maybe even pop a situation where like crush or not. But here we go, starting their offense right now.
Just barely walked out of the corner, but yeah, just like a lot of frame traps.
Managed to clean up pretty decently right now.
Yeah, still got like the burst advantage too.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, especially with Hakumen. Having that OD, like in and of itself, is such a strong tool.
There's a lot of like, okay, that's what I was gonna say. There's a lot of like jumping here that's just kind of not being called out in terms of positioning. I mean, it's kind of tempting.
There's the Yukikaze. But yeah, it seems like both players are playing like really non-committally in neutral, like for a long period of time, and then like sometimes the situations that result in pressure are just a little awkward. That's an unfortunate drop. Oh, I hate to see it. Of course, they're not too sure if I agree with it. Could a wake up OD would have been a move there. Oh, but
Yanagi. Ooh, Yanagi might also break. Rip
well, it's throw proper. It's like throw and strike property or something. It's like it's a really
you can
weird.
Block it, so yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean overall, they're playing non-committally, but in a pre-committal way, if that makes sense. Like they're trying to like jump around near each other, and that kind of feels like the non-committal response. But the true non-committal response is staying still to be able to anti-air and stuff like that, right? So as long as you leave your options open, so the first person to kind of take advantage of that, I think, was JohnWHITEES.
Yeah. So more or less, in a sense, just kind of like trying to maybe bait something out of the other or something by like jumping and stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty scary for her too, because like she just can't block sometimes or after float.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
That is already a much more aggressive round start than the previous match. Alright, solid damage, gets the active mode, but nice cut from JohnWHITEES with the J2A there. That's
oh no!
Oh, this is gonna be like 5K.
Oh no, actually, oh no.
Drop the combo, but still, that's such a huge life lead, and with active flow building up the OD back. Yeah.
No PC?
Yep.
Yeah,
Ooh.
just the space control here is just like... the damage from the single hits too is just like adding up. It's going pretty quick. You just see her life bar explode.
Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, to be quite... Oh, nice 4C to cover the hits there. But yeah, on top of that, it feels like currently Izanami just cannot get started on offense, but maybe with the Rid Cage there, get out of active mode.
Yeah, can't drop, right? Like, how many chances do you have? Nice block there, but look at how much meter he has.
Yeah, that's a ton to work
He's got a
with.
full stick.
That's a Yukikaze, and then it's like, actually, I got more money to spend, so, you know, screw it. I'll do it again.
Don't even need
Speed doesn't block
combos.
it?
Let's go.
First?
Oh, there's overhit.
Yeah.
That's it. 2-0 for JohnWHITEES, the beginner tournament entrant.
Making a name for themselves currently on the Hakumen.
Yeah, the situation, a lot of these were like a lot of single hits that added up that like shouldn't necessarily have happened, but it just led to her dying so quickly. Man, it's like kind of hard to try.
It's a weird two-way street, right? Because like, you know, if they finish their food, then it's like, all right, cool, like that is still solid damage on top of like Oki. But it just felt like there was a lot of like single hits into scrambles, and then it was just like JohnWHITEES already had a normal that was coming out by the time. Like,
yeah, if there's no like confirm potential on either side, Hakumen is definitely gonna like take the advantage there. But really, like the other kind of strategy around doing something like that is usually to prevent them from getting their burst back or getting meter for dead angle before, you know, you perform your next offensive sequence. But she had meter and she had overdrive. But
yeah, I think it might have been either an unfamiliarity with some of the defensive mechanics, or there's a variety of reasons, honestly. Whether or not that's kind of, again, the like knowledge of defensive mechanics and how you can use them against Hakumen, or perhaps something along the lines of like maybe just like honestly just getting nervous, because there's a lot of situations where I feel like you get hit a bunch of times in a row and it's not even a confirm. You're like, what the heck?
Yeah, and then you're
on?
like, what's going on? And then it's over.
Yeah. And it's just kind of like, oh, the first game was done. What? And then, especially if you don't give yourself the time to just breathe and say, okay, whatever, that just happened. Whatever, I'm just going to ignore it and keep
We've
going.
got a lot of first round matches getting done.
Yep. So this next match we're going to have on stream is Fearless Soul versus LordMacoT. I'm not familiar with either of these players myself. Maybe you guys are. Fearless Soul appears to have a Terumi avatar.
LordMacoT is Kokonoe. I think been doing pretty well in recent online events, so that'd be cool to see. And the winner of this match plays against Divine Bliss, Naoto player. I just like watching Naoto. I like seeing people just
Naoto's a fun character to watch. Yeah, infamously execution heavy, right? Is Naoto.
Well, depending on
it's only combos, not neutral. Yeah. So realistically, he is execution heavy. So you've got like your specific times to watch high execution things, and it's kind of like nice from a spectator perspective. But yeah, there's a lot of it in the game. Execution heavy neutral.
So Kokonoe versus 9. It's looking like. Now, I'm not super familiar with this matchup. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Actually.
So it'll be a little new for both of us.
I think Magnet pulls in during her dash duration. So it can be really hard for 9 to navigate, I think. There's also a very good angle that Fireball can make that 9 is really weak against. So I wonder how kind of like clean the neutral strategy will be like structured against her, because I do think Kokonoe has the tools to really exploit 9's like weak angles and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think that I agree with you there.
9 can definitely just get that one lucky hit to,
and then it's like, all right, well, it's party time.
Yeah, Coco doesn't have a lot of mid-range enforcement, so 9 can definitely kind of bully her there. I can see that happening as well.
Like off of like just even a basic thing, just the interaction between like 5B, like 9 5B, and for example like Kokonoe 3C, being a little difficult to deal with in some cases, depending on how preemptive the 9 is in neutral. But I mean, again, that's just something that's kind of like we have to see what happens. Because I mean, it's like as you said, it's not like aside from 3C, there's not really much that Kokonoe could realistically do safely. Like you're not going to 236A from like.
Your mid-range checks and like stagger pressure at that range are kind of constrained around, it's just like the risk reward is not like super skewed against them, so it's hard to really enforce. So it does give her a chance to take her turn back. So it really does depend on how the defense will be kind of done at that range, because if you're like IB barriering constantly to place yourself in that range as a 9 player, you're making the right call, because a lot of Kokonoe's like early Gatlings are like really tight, right? It's like bop, bop, bop. They've got a pretty quick rhythm. They're multi-hit moves. Like,
yeah, for sure.
So I would like to see. This could be a very interesting matchup. I mean, a lot of matchups in this game have that kind of interesting neutral, because the characters have such like weird tools that they use against each other, and you just start to like piece together ideas. You're like, oh, how can I make this
I'm gonna remake
work?
the lobby. Oops. I'm gonna remake.
But yeah, I mean, there's such like an interesting. Yeah, there's so many different mechanics at play, and even within those mechanics, there are so many different styles that result from it, and watching them clash against the other is super fun.
Like, yeah, it gives you a lot of room for ingenuity, right? And that's like one of the nice parts about the game. It's like, hey, I've got this whole toolbox, and like I've got a ton of situations that I've never thought about ever before. Like, what do I do?
Yeah. Literally, like, and I feel like Kokonoe, actually, in this case, is very emblematic of it as well. Like, every Kokonoe player is different, and that is always delightful to see.
That is funny, yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And, like, the different graviton usage, like magnets and such, how they maybe use Fireball, how they structure their pressure until they go into, like, certain setups and such. I mean, defensively, everybody's got a super Fireball at some point, but... I mean, even aside from that, the differences between how they place their air buttons in order to air and such, it's super, super cool.
Yeah, I see a lot of air-to-air attempts from LordMacoT, I think, from the last time I saw a match. But 9 has really good anti-air whiff punishing, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I wouldn't want to say like pre-committal space control, but like a lot of Kokonoe's air normals kind of require her to be in a range where if she's wrong, 4A will just smoke her, right? So
yeah,
it's I hope to see some like really good responsive play, because they're like, just talking about it, there's a lot of nuance that can kind of take place. So I just love watching that. I'm like, yo, this is basic, bro.
I'm literally just trying to picture, like, all right, Kokonoe jumps forward and then 9 does a neutral jump. What happens? Does the 9 teleport back? Does she opt to JC? Does Kokonoe try to either A, just bury her in the air, or B, does she try to get in the range to like get a counter hit off of something, or JB, or like try to get into a range where JB is effective, given that its hitbox is kind of massive? Like, there's just so much.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the stream chat. Of course I still play Blaze Blue. I'm surprised you used that name, though.
What name did they use?
I don't know, he said a young shonen heart's divine bliss in the chat. But yeah, I still play. I'm crispy, bro. I'm still crispy.
Still, is that the word you use? Crispy?
I'm still mad crispy. I've been like getting back into it, but still quite crispy.
Got a little
sure.
crispy, a little bit of sauce in there.
The crispiest. I would not describe myself as a sauce player. It's just all crispiness.
All right,
Finesse
that's
and
fair.
crisp.
I'll keep that in mind. But man, okay. I think we should be good for this one. We'll see how it goes.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Hope this works out.
All right, what song are we picking? Random?
Random. Let's go.
I'm not judging. I'm not gonna judge. I'm just trying to imagine what's the song? I always forget the names.
All right, the round start. I hope both players jump back. I hope both players jump back, because if they don't,
might not be able to see this one if this keeps up. I'm gonna have one of them make the room and then go from there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you were saying in terms of the
if they're swinging round start first game in this matchup in tournament, the match is going to be over in like 5 seconds because they'll explode each other. They'll just blow each other up.
I'm not going to hold you. I'm immediately thinking that Fearless Soul is just going to click 6C and stuff was just going to happen.
Horrifying. I'm curious about the 5A 3C interaction at round start. Kokonoe 3C is 13? Is it? My memory is not fantastic.
I do not know a lot of startups off the top of my head, admittedly.
Let me check. Let's see if I'm right.
That's a decent speed. Dust Loop should be, the frame data should be good.
We're gonna try this one more time, and if this doesn't work, we'll just keep the bracket moving.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Still in the beta. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Join the match arena while we wait. I'm having one of the players make the room, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, don't sleep on the Matcherino. If you want to give the players money, you don't even have to type in a code. You literally click a button. It's that easy. You log in with pretty much anything you want. Gmail, it's got it. Twitter, it's got it. Facebook, I'm pretty sure it's actually got that. So yeah, definitely pop in the Matcherino and help out the players and support WASD. It's
Bro, I was
very
wrong.
easy to do.
It's 14. I was wrong by 1.
You're wrong by 1.
14.
Yeah, and then did you check 9 5A?
9 5A is 10, but I don't think it hits round start without extended hurt box. So Kokonoe 3C doesn't have extended hurt box at the tip, but it may catch her actual like body moving forward. So 9 has buttons that hit that far at that speed. So 5C, I believe, is 12 and hits that far. Oh man, now I'm all paranoid about the frame data that I'm throwing out.
Goodness. See that I can't throw out frame data. I don't trust I don't trust myself. I can't. My memory is too bad for it. I can speak to like some obscure interaction, but the moment you ask me what's the startup of this overhead, I'm gonna be like, I don't know, 24 or something.
That's 24 is the good guess, but okay. So 9.5A is 9 frames, and for 5C is 12. Yeah, so 5C is 12. 5B is also 12, so both of them will just beat 3C outright. So you can actually 3C. Well, you can actually 3C. I would love to see it.
Do you want the? Okay, I thought you didn't want the match to end in 5 seconds.
Well, now that I know that it's not like a quote unquote like legit round start, since she can kind of just take control there. So if you do it, you must be on some Galaxy Brain stuff, right?
The pre-match layer, the preset layering.
Yeah, you must be like, all right. So they think that I'm gonna do round start overdrive to go through this button, so I'm gonna just 3C, right? So now there's more nuance to it. So now if I see it, I'm like, all right, if you explode for this, it was worth it.
Honestly, I mean, I would assume that 9 could also just like jump forward J2C in response to the 3C.
You can J2C, yeah, but the whiff situation on that is like considerably worse, especially if they do overdrive anyway. I think you just generally put yourself in a worse like risk reward situation, because even on block too, I don't think you can really transition into like a really tight string from there. Especially at the height that you'd want to use J2C at.
Yeah,
so,
I can't remember off of the top of my head, to be honest. And I wish I knew, because I definitely played against a couple of 9s lately. Like Pinku and somebody else. Yeah.
Okay, so we're skipping that match. We're going to go to Flak Maniak versus IBootleg.
Oh, cool! So this is gonna be a New England local.
Oh hell yeah!
I get to be biased acceptably.
What are the player or what are the characters?
I'm not sure on either one actually. I've not seen either of these players play.
Right.
Flak plays Kagura, plays Holy Order Soul in Plus R. I have no idea who IBootleg is. I have never come across that name before, so that will be entirely new. But I mean, we'll just have to see. Should be an interesting set, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to join their room. I think that's more successful in this is if I join their rooms and spectate. And then even if there is a desync, they at least get to play a game, so we don't hold up the bracket too much.
Sure.
Yep. But thanks for your patience, everybody. Once this beta's cleared, these are gonna run a lot more smoothly.
Yeah, and I mean, the beta is done in only it's done in March, if I remember correctly, or April.
It'll be pretty quick.
Actually, let me double check. Let me fact check myself, because I know it's less than 5 months. It's very, very soon.
And then BB Tag beta right around, or I don't even know if they're going to do a beta, but BB Tag rollback around the corner as well. We're going to look to run events for that as well. Oops.
Yeah, that should be really exciting. I mean, I would say Tag definitely has a lot of people that we're still keeping at it. So I think there's gonna be a lot of people out of the woodwork for that.
Florida definitely has a big scene for Tag. Around me, there are people who still play all the time who are still really into it.
Yeah. So
am I giving up? Can I just give me a sec? I'll message someone.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, that'll be. I think Tag is definitely going to pop the fuck off for some time, if I do say so. Is this a Kagura mirror?
Looks like we got a Kagura mirror. Big swords.
Oh, let's go.
God.
Some people like this. I am not one of those people, but
this is gonna be interesting.
Slugfest.
Well,
Slugfest matchup.
You want to keep it more honest than I do. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If you wanted to see the
Flak
big buttons.
is Flak is boss and local.
Yeah, Flak is a boss and local.
Okay.
Both popping a Wyvern, no connection afterwards. 2D though, okay, good overhead.
Here's the block string.
Ooh, immediate
Nice
flash
patience,
kick.
but flash kick to punish the flash kick.
Okay, OD'd and blocked EA. So though, good corner position, pops the RC. How much damage we got here?
Accidental side swap. Not bad though.
It's the flash kicks. Whoa, okay.
Oh my gosh.
60
Yeah, that
B
move
switching
has
sides.
Oh yeah, it has so much invul. Like you get a lot of kind of like random invul situations where just like he's just gone.
Yeah, it can lead to a lot of wackiness, especially if like you aren't ready for it and maybe you don't like jump out of it in such a time and all that.
All the exchanges relevant to DP that just happened in that round were OD. That was a really good JC height.
Yeah. All right, solid confirm from Flak. Corner position, nice 5D, catches the roll. All right, initially good damage. Next hit basically kills here with the meter available. Ooh. Kokonoe whiffs though. That's tragic. Another 2DA. And suddenly things aren't looking so pretty. Oh god.
The same thing is happening to both of them.
No accidental side swap this time. 3.5. Once again, next hit kills for either of them with flash kick, but doesn't
Oh,
get
but
punished.
too much recovery on the 2C, yeah.
Okay, there we go. The 60C still takes it.
What a round, just in the corner, like back to back. Took damage the same way on the roll punish, like.
Yeah, that could have gone terribly. Nice B flash.
Yeah, ready this time.
Yeah.
The last round, he got hit while charging. It's because of the JC was so early.
Mhm.
That was pretty good, but yeah, it was just ready this time.
Oh, I would sleeve the orb. Ooh, nice pickup from that. There.
Ooh, Foozies? Kagura Foozies?
Yes, indeed. A lot of people forget, but that could have been absolutely terrible. All right, block 2C, flash kick on the 2DA this time. Switches sides, gets the punish. This, oh no! Okay, see, you went flying.
This
Okay.
This is what I was talking about. It's a slugfest. It's like, oh, we're whipping DPs. And then, like, the funniest thing about it is because his normal recovery is so long, if they're, like, covering something at a kind of, like, incorrect time and the DP comes out, sometimes they can't even punish it. He just flies to the top of the screen and he's like, oh, word? You whiff something? I'm good.
Yeah, there were, like, 2 or 3 2Cs that straight up, like, because the recovery was so long, like, literally neither of them just couldn't even get a counter hit off of, like, the flash kick. Flash kick recovery is, like, pretty big.
Yeah.
Like,
those normals are pretty big, too.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of these really kind of high-risk exchanges. I feel like there's probably a slower approach to the neutral in this matchup, but playing around flash kick is very difficult. Some characters can do a biometric Kagura.
Well, I don't really. Oh, okay.
Yeah, frame trap EA.
We are innovating. Burst off of the TDA.
Just barely.
Yeah.
17 attack on the throw, but this should be corner or exit situation.
Ooh, probably.
I like that. I liked that.
Really?
Just goes right for the. Yeah, he had the meter, and I think if there was a neutral tech, maybe he would end up on the other side. Maybe that was kind of like a cute cross up. That angle looked pretty interesting, so.
Yeah. I mean, if they got caught by it, definitely would have been smoked, but it is. Orbs are out on the screen. 5C counter hit. Ooh, nice.
No confirm at that range, though, right? It's a little far.
I don't believe so, no. But either way, I think showing the Kodomo there is, like, really big, just in terms of saying, like, there's the flash kick, actually, right on the next one. Ooh, tried to flash kick on there. Again, like, as you mentioned, like, a lot of high-risk responses to these situations.
Yeah, I haven't seen any slow pace, like low risk, low reward, medium risk, medium reward. It's just a lot of. I'm
We're
playing
doing-
Kagura today.
Yeah, we're doing this high octane as much as possible. No
I
punish on the
know.
block. CA, that's painful. Ooh, and the flash kick once again.
Well, he did have meter, so.
No, it was
That's
a good. It
fine.
was a good flash
was
kick.
good.
I liked it. Yeah. AB. Okay, back to neutral. One of the things that I'm actually curious about is that Wyvern does have a pretty massive hurt box attached to it. You haven't really seen either of the players like exploit it very much.
Yeah, the hitbox itself is also pretty high. I wonder if Kagura has anything that can low profile it. Maybe his 3C can, but I feel like they're not really using it in neutral too much without coverage.
Oh, well, there it is.
Yeah, and there it is, right?
Yeah. I think there's like a specific clip of like, now that I remember, there's a specific clip floating around somewhere where Serpent like 6A's a Wyvern and it's just the weirdest hurtbox interaction where he like 6A's through it.
Yeah.
It's super strange. Double flash kick to punish the flash kick.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, caught in stance.
It's 1-1. I can't tell what's gonna happen. I have no read on this.
Do you don't no guesses on the next layer?
I have no read on this at all.
Well, what do you think the round start's gonna be? I think that's also a hard guess, but
I think IBootleg is gonna hold down back.
I'm gonna guess a.
Flak will probably.
I'm gonna guess like a backdash into. Let's say backdash into like surfboard, and we'll see what happens. Probably dead wrong.
I feel like Flak might ID back, and Bootleg might block if they're going for safe options. If they're not going for safe options,
I mean, the options they've been going for.
I might see Flak go for Fireball. Or IBootleg go for Wyvern. That's my feeling. But,
or jump
what is see? That's what I'm saying. It's impossible.
It's hard to predict, but I love trying to do it anyway. Ooh, nice
They
win
both
on
did. They both did the same.
Okay, there we go. We're blocking 2DA out here.
Okay.
Sends the meter, backs off, resets. Good life lead on IBootleg's part though.
Good pickup. Yeah, that was actually going to be like a pretty sizable.
Like 4K for free, I think.
Yeah, it's just like a really good convert.
Yeah.
Flak generally has like better conversions from what I can see, but like a lot of the stray hits kind of add up. So this is looking a little tighter. But if this is a kill, please.
Super. There we go.
Finally, 5K. Fact.
Yeah. That's one of the things. Funny enough, we've seen like pretty much the damage cap so far has been around like 3.5, honestly. And Kagura is definitely one of those characters with the right starter could absolutely like nuke somebody in like a 3-touch scenario. 60 counter hit. This should be great damage as well. But the 5C whiffs. Alright. Get the punish. Probably gonna see an early burst. Yeah, there it is right there on the 5B.
So many strings, but yeah, right into the overhead.
Yeah, lots of meter to play with. Would not be surprised at like a RC flash kick.
Again, fatal counter. What you got for that though? Oh man, that was such a weird hit. But
yeah, he like leapt into the air. I don't know what button he got there. I don't know if he tried to like fuzzy jump out and then got clipped or what. But the surfboard will clean up all of this mess as Flak rides the wave into the next round.
Just like better confirms, and the risk reward will kind of tend to your favor eventually.
Yeah, it's that set was definitely a pretty good example of like what a damage race can kind of end up looking like in this game, where okay, cool, we both like managed to transition into offense decently, but if you can't convert consistently, then it's just not going to work out very well. Like even off of like scramble situations too. Yeah, good stuff from both players. Again, you know, it's not loser side, so there's a lot more BlazBlue for them to be played, hopefully. Maybe they'll make a crazy losers run. You never know.
Yep. That was a good match, ignorant as it may have seemed. Next up, we have IceCool, whose room I'm in right now. And they will be playing against Molotov 3X. Again, I'm not familiar with either of these players, but perhaps one of you are.
So IceCool, since like we were kind of basically like stuck on delay-based net play, was pretty much arguably like the most commonly seen Susanoo player out there. You'd probably see him regularly like top 8 for like a lot of the online brackets from either stuff, from stuff that people were running. I'm not sure if he joined some of the more recent online brackets, because I know Chixama held the Snake Pit recently. Not sure if he entered for that one, but I feel like for him, the story of like his bracket run is kind of like, all right, so you were a pretty dominant Susanoo during delay based. Let's see what happens on rollback. Now with all these like new and old players coming out the woodwork, and with a much different playing environment.
I see a Tiger avatar on Molotov. Exciting. If you haven't yet, everyone watching, join the Matcherino. I'll talk about that later.
Yep. Right now we have Tiger versus Susanoo. I've seen this matchup played out a couple of times, but we'll just have to see what both players got here, because I'm not really entirely too sure what we'll end up seeing happening. We are avoiding the must die early in bracket, I see. Sort of do one?
Oh, big body match. Let's go.
The beginner bracket was full of must die. I don't know. I like that song.
Oh my god.
It
Yeah,
is.
I mean,
It
a lot
is.
of people
You
like
got it.
him,
You got to
right?
get through it. It is what it is.
Okay. He's, for some reason, like, so popular with beginners. I guess he's very Blaze Blue looking. Is it the aesthetic? Is it the big buttons?
I think it's kind of all of that with the edginess and the high damage. To be like quite honest,
Edgy, yeah, it's edginess. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking of. It's the
edgy,
edginess.
big damage, huge dude, and you just watch them do like 6K confirms. Like, whoa, I gotta unlock these specials and all that jazz. But yeah, I mean, like, from day one, he's kind of like Susanoo is like everywhere. I feel like.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Susan, especially since the rollback has dropped. So we had a sync issue, so they're going to be able to play this match through since I'm not hosting this lobby. So we'll be jumping in after game 1. So while we wait for that, be sure to join the Matcherino. I mentioned that before. ! Matcherino in the chat. Click the claim code button on the right and add 30 free cents to the pot. You can also make a direct contribution or run some sponsor quests to add even more to the pot. And there are a lot of sponsor quests on these, I've noticed. Some are as simple as just joining a link. You can retweet a tweet, follow a Twitter, follow a YouTube. So there's a lot of ways to add to the pot, even for free. But yeah, we're going to have to wait for a minute while they finish this round 1.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. So in terms of this matchup, have you seen it relatively often, SKD, or not?
Tiger versus Susanoo. Honestly, I've probably seen it more times than I should. But really, like, Tiger's kind of buttons are pretty well situated for counter poking, I think. Well, relative to the rest of his kit, right? So I think the effective range for him is like still very playable, even though Susanoo does have bigger buttons. Tiger can still kind of like set out something that's going to be active in advance and kind of like snag an extended Herpox on startup. The other thing is
like, play like preemptively in that sense.
Yeah, you have to like preemptively like stick out a button and then buffer in a confirm for the like far range extended Herpox hit. You hit them on the startup of their button. Tiger's like okay at that with 4D and 5A. 5B as well. Could probably put in some work there.
Yeah. What I imagine is that depending on how aggressive the Tiger plays, either IceCool plays it a lot slower or tries to establish like 5B, like 3C kind of range in order to stick out like relatively faster pokes at that range than Tiger. But I mean, we'll have to just see what happens. And then additionally, of course, there's like one of the things that I'm very curious to see is how well the Tiger ends up being at honestly just like IBing and punishing or getting out of certain situations, because IB and IBB are super important, and if you cannot do them against Susanoo, that character just kind of gets to just do whatever he wants, honestly, in pressure.
So that was IceCool taking game 1.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going in with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens here and what Molotov has.
I wonder what the round start looks like here, because 5B from Susanoo is just like so dominant against a lot of characters.
Yeah, the amount that it shuts out is crazy. Honestly, because of that purely alone, I would not be shocked if Tiger opted for like 360A or 360B around start.
I
to,
wonder
like, try
if
to
it would
catch the
even
5B.
catch.
I think it would.
extended.
We're not going to be able to see it, unfortunately. It's a shame. But they are going to play it out, so I'm going to leave this room. I can leave the room, right? Does that
Yeah,
crash?
it won't explode. It's
Okay,
not your room.
good.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's an Arxis game, so you know you never know.
Trust me, right there with you.
There was a thing in CPEX where if you spammed the preset message fast enough, it would crash the room.
Wow, interesting.
It was honestly remarkable. You could totally sabotage matches. Don't do it, guys.
Just it's like
You're
that's
giving
the
them
forbidden knowledge.
You are giving them the keys to destruction.
Oh,
What have
there
you
was
done?
something like that in BBCS where if Bang did Furin Kazan and you weren't in hit stun, you could mash barrier so fast that you could crash the game because it would layer every instance of using barrier on top of each other.
Oh,
So
God.
if you were fast enough, you got it. GG's.
So I'm just gonna line up the order for top 16, which is what we're going into now. Top 16 winner's side.
Sweet,
Sure.
sweet.
Again, thank you for your patience, everybody, as we get through these connectivity issues.
So winner side is looking generally not too surprised at some of the names here. Juliocrivera is in winner side currently. LordMacoT is still on winner side.
Let me restart my game.
Dawn, who I believe is the Relius player, is on there as well. Omniscythe also managed to make it out. And of course, Flak, who we saw earlier in the slugfest that is the Kagura mirror.
Hey. Slugfest of the century. That match, like, it's just, it makes me, it's just so chaotic. I get thrown off. I'm like, oh my goodness.
That's one of those where, like, you try to set up the story of, like, okay, maybe this match goes like this way.
Yeah,
Something completely different happens. You just sit there and you're like, well, anyway.
It is a bit difficult to kind of, like, call because you have no idea what can totally happen. It's just, like,
Yeah.
structure behind it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite the same as a lot of other matchups that are, like, super methodical.
Yeah. And I feel like to kind of highlight some of the things that I think we kind of touched on a little bit is a lot of the aspect of risk, especially, wherein like that was one of those sets where it's just like you're seeing both players play, for lack of a better word, balls to the walls, risking it all on a lot of interactions where like I feel like over time as we progress through the bracket, we'll see a lot less of that, where it is a matter of like I'm going to take less risks in many ways.
This game has like incredibly strong low risk, like medium reward options, and that's totally like how the top tier characters are structured. Speaking of top tier characters,
Oh yeah, this is some familiar faces here.
with low risk, medium reward options. Definitely happy to see Izayoi.
Yeah. I'm actually really excited to see Relius. Relius as a character is super sick. Now playing against Relius is stressful as all hell, but that character is super cool, and the people that like play him have taken him so far in general with like the various ways that they've pushed him.
Development character.
For sure. And he's another one of those characters where like every main is so different. Where like one rally, like Mioro will play in a certain way that may be completely different from Beautiful Dude, that may be completely different from like Dawn, that may be completely different from like other people. So yeah, it's definitely one of those characters where like you have to not only know all of the tools, you kind of have to safely suss out how the player likes to apply them and in what situations.
It's just kind of that character. I guess I'm like so comfortable fighting him. I feel like this matchup is like advantageous for her, but it also does require a kind of like competency against his offense for sure. It's one of those matchups where if you're playing really, really well, I think it's in her favor, but it's also very difficult to maintain and play that well. So it's easy to get overwhelmed and then explode to Relius, because another thing, a lot of what this game has is characters who can just kind of stack the like cards against you, and then you just have to weather the storm, and it's much easier said than done.
Yeah, Relius is definitely emblematic of that with how he structures pressure with Ignis on the field. So for those that may be less familiar with BlazBlue, to kind of like bring it back a little bit, Relius is a puppet character whose puppet is really safe in a lot of ways and allows him to extend his pressure super safely in a lot of crazy ways. The most basic example of this is Relius's 6D, where Ignis just does like a claw forward. So the cool thing is that once Ignis is out, Relius can basically hit 6D in the middle of like almost any action, right? So let's say you do a move that's minus, you can do 6D. Bam! I'm like plus 13 now. What's going on here?
Yeah, the only thing is that he actually has to kind of unsummon her eventually. So you can kind of anticipate when he'll have to put himself kind of like in a disadvantageous position or put himself in counter hit state or something. So playing around that is your goal. Sometimes it does mean weathering the storm. And if you can, the rewards are great because he's like, oh, I have to unsummon like ASAP. So I have to escape and put myself into like a kind of like disadvantageous position to not kill the doll. So
yeah.
All right, what do we got? 2 through 60 round start? Yep.
Okay. There it is.
Yep. True.
Yeah. And one of the cool things about the doll, Ignis, or the wife as many people like to call her, she just straight up guard points projectiles.
Oh, I don't know about that burst.
I believe it's guard points.
That burst.
Oh, the burst?
That was a burst and not an overdrive. Because, like, yeah, there's going to be, like, no chance to get started here.
Ooh, yeah, I wanted to use the Exceed Excel to give Ignis time to regenerate. Thankfully enough, Relius being blessed with pretty good buttons in general and some good defensive play from Dawn managed to stall out Ignis' return. And now we're just back in neutral in a pretty advantageous state.
Oh, very, very fortunate Sonic Sabers. This could actually be round if the Oki was there.
Yeah. This could go sideways really fast, but...
Yeah, it's just that at that time that that knockdown happened, there was only 40% on the burst. Corner, no meter. Izayoi full stocks. I was like...
Yeah.
I was like, this could happen! But, there's the Nyx. Throw.
And Relius, again, is one of those characters that really adds on to the mental stack. A lot of his mix-ups are reactable, but it's the amount of things you have to account for and the way in which he pressures you so solidly. Oh my god, what a spin!
It's really safe for him to go for, right? He doesn't ever lose anything by performing a lot of this offense.
Yeah.
So, well, it doesn't block the 6A.
And Dual BIOS is certainly a super that emphasizes that.
Yep, same point.
Ooh.
There, no RC though.
Yeah. And already, first game to Dawn. Definitely showing his stuff there. So one of the things that you mentioned that I think is pretty good to just note about Izayoi in general is overdrive, if you want to kind of like go on that a bit.
Yeah, pretty much the situation here is you can just pop overdrive in a safe position and just pretty much turtle him out. She has really, really good buttons for beating up the doll at mid-range. So there are hardly any spacings where doll normals will beat your moves. And also you can always like slap them and teleport away and stuff. Right? So I wonder if we will see it. It would give her 6 stocks, but got a lucky hit here. Could go for Meaty Saber, but probably needs a little bit more stock to actually like close out the round.
Yeah.
After an offensive sequence, so
DP's the doll, but in another early burst there. So we'll have to see how this plays out, because that also means that Annienonymous, that name's gonna mess me up. It also means that active flow is locked out, meaning that there's no quick way to generate OD from offense now.
yeah, because like if there's a hit here, right, the next round is gonna start, and yeah, it's gonna be like half burst, and yeah.
Oh, this is just death already. Yeah.
60%, yeah. So it's kind of like a precarious situation, because if you get steamrolled, right, the next round you can just get steamrolled again.
Yeah, because it essentially means that it's kind of like, okay, well, I have my OD back, but what does that really mean now? Like, am I going to end up popping it for burst instead? And then it's like, well, now this comeback is that much harder. I have no stocks currently.
Yeah, if you have like meter, just to kind of like back up that situation.
Okay, but now pops the OD, full timer, but double jump air throw from Dawn, 236D off of the scramble, and that should be it off of the super there. Oh no.
Unfortunate drops, but
yeah.
It's a throw. Yeah, that situation, that round start OD would have been great in a lot of these cases, especially with like how unstable the transitions into pressure. Because like, I mean, if you're just playing it really lame, you're regenerating burst, right? And you don't have to like take the risk of putting yourself in a position where Relius could get started. So
yeah. Would have loved to see a game 3, but is what it is. Because I do think on the other end of that, Relius's OD also plays a part in that kind of like turtling game or regenerating resources. Just in terms of, well, I feel like it's commonly a lot more seen transitioning into like, I spent all of this for offense, I regenerated so I can continue it as such, rather than, I guess, strictly turtling, as you mentioned for Izayoi. But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of resource plays she can make, especially just considering how meter kind of, you know, plays into the whole resource game, because you can trade meter for stocks, you can trade meter, like, you can just think about meter as your contingency defensive option, or your burst as your contingency defensive option. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you can just like funnel these things into each other for those characters. So it's cool to see resource management, but it takes a lot of strategy for sure.
Yeah, especially like, I mean, even between matchups in terms of what may be worth it and such. And you know, same for Relius as well, conserving Ignis Gauge and knowing good times to desummon, whether or not like people will pick up when you desummon at certain like times in either your strings or how much gauge is left. Because getting counter hit out of a desummon is not ideal for him in a lot of ways, especially because you lose access to a lot. You can't even like counter assault 2D and say, screw you, it's actually my turn. A lot of stuff like that.
Oh man, I kind of miss fighting Relius.
Up next,
Relius is
we have
super cool.
Up next, we have Flak Maniak coming back on versus Omniscythe.
Nice.
Omniscythe.
Cool. Let's go, New York.
Plays a lot of games at a high level. I'm not sure if he's played Blaze Blue prior or just got into it.
Oh my goodness.
Omniscythe, the Melty Bar player.
He's a Blaze Blue player. He's been playing Blaze Blue since 2009.
I only know him more recently. Excuse me. That's my bad.
It's all good.
Oh, good. Yeah, no. I wouldn't expect like people to just know everyone, but yeah, it's funny to hear you say that because he's been playing Blaze Blue since the jump.
That is like the Goichi, the Dragon
That's
Ball
exactly what I was.
player.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Oops.
Yeah,
What a faux pas.
but yeah, he's been a Makoto main for as long as I can remember, honestly.
Yeah, he's been playing Makoto since she came out, but he used to play Jin.
Oh, really?
In CT, but Makoto came out in CS. So.
Yeah. Damn, that's way back. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know much CTCS lore. You'll have to fill me in on more of that. But yeah, I mean, has been at it for quite a while. You may have seen that one clip of him absolutely dying in a Crisis Edge's Hakumen. But yeah, they've been playing for quite a bit, doing pretty well in Melty Blood on Miyako, if I remember correctly. But different game, and we're here for the Blaze Blue.
Or not.
Tragedy befalls us.
Or not.
Yeah.
I would like to see Omni play this matchup for sure.
My
I feel
lobbies
like
are cursed today.
he's got kind of a good sense of like navigating a high risk, high reward just as a player. He does play kind of like risky sometimes, and he goes in and he'll like scrap, but it's like a safe scrapping, you know? It's like a little mindful scrapping. It's cool.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to. I'm curious to see how it works out, because especially like getting up in close against Kagura, there's not a lot of tools that I feel like he really like necessarily has to either counter poke at like somewhat of a close range. Like obviously Fafnir is a great defensive option, but you can only do that
really
so
good ways
much.
to make that whiff too. So
Yeah.
Oh no.
The curse of the lobby strike once again. But yeah, I really do find it to be
We'll work our way through this, folks. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. And also remember, stream. If you've been lacking, well, I hope you haven't been lacking. Don't forget that there's a Matcherino.
Let me see where we're at with codes.
All you got to do is just tap a button. Yeah, where are we at with codes?
We have 30 codes remaining.
20 left. Easy money. Yeah.
It's actually free money.
It's literally, yeah, free money for the players. If you're in the bracket, you happen to be waiting for next round, pop it in the Matcherino. Give yourself a couple more.
Some of these matches look great. I would want to watch them.
Yeah.
We're gonna all of winners is gonna be on stream if possible, and then losers top 8 will be on stream. So we're saving all of winners for stream, unless we fall like really far behind. But we're making pretty good time, so I'm good to try, a few more times on each of these.
Yo, get that quarter, get that bread.
Let's
go.
All right, let's see if this works.
Fingers crossed, please. Trying to see some bombos. Makoto bombos. She does damage.
I trust in that.
I like the matchup. Oh, let's go, finally.
Yay! Now we're talking.
Yeah, if there's a lot of like high risk, high reward play. See, it's very, very, very safe. Put it into scrapping range, goes to a reset, but still like pretty calculated on where the risks are being taken, which is cool. A lot of it too is like Makoto. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that was sick.
Yeah, she gets restand off parry.
I didn't know that. That is super cool.
Yeah, you can usually do like parry and then spin them with the follow-up. And if you do the default to the parry, you RC it and then you get left right.
What?
Yeah, because like she can do the follow-up and have it delayed so that it uncombos.
It's also a charge off of the thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so you can make it uncombo and then she can left right you.
Oh, that is super sick.
With RC. Yep.
Yeah, this round and the previous round has been all Omniscythe's offense so far. Backs up, waiting out a response from Flak, but he goes for the 2C, catches it. Ooh! Resets with a Kokonoe.
And we'll confirm, but it's that awkward pressure situation. That JC was a very weird height. Maybe Omni anticipated instant blocking it because he did mash. Nice block there.
Yeah, goes for the RC as well, either expecting Omni to block it or just wanting to continue the sequence afterwards.
I am surprised Omni lost that much life from just stray hits. but that was a lot.
Yeah, it was about, like, the big thing, too, is that, like, those stray hits were a lot cleaner than the earlier set that we saw, where they led to a lot more damage.
Yeah, they were all converted and stuff.
Yeah. Maybe not the cleanest of ways, but for sure.
That
like,
delay might have caught an insta-block attempt. Just
yeah.
the timing. I did see her, like, kind of, like, flash her box guard. Just, like, these little timing subversions, intentional or not, like, will definitely hit people.
Yeah, that's one of the sick things about the IB system in this game, especially, is that you can do like things like just little micro timings, kind of as you mentioned, to like change up the pace of your strings, and you'll just catch people out suddenly. You're like, wait, what? Like, you just got hit by this like 2B? Why?
Yeah, it's just especially for how mids are paraded. Oh my goodness.
Oh, they could have killed off of just an RC into like a button. Unfortunate. Let's see who will clean this one up.
One chance
for both. Oh, that's okay. No burst bait. Oh my god, this is dicey.
It just doesn't do
what? Oh my god.
It has like no recovery. Oh, nice parry. That's
right.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
No,
My gosh,
okay.
Yeah, okay. That didn't look like it was gonna combo because the combo time off of parry is actually not super high. So that was kind of like a bad combo instinct that kicked in for a situation that's probably like really uncommon and like pretty tense, but
yeah, that was just one of those Jade situations. You're like, I have no idea what's happening. But yeah, that is definitely a good round, a good match.
It was a good response. I think
he
realized that it wasn't going to combo because it was a short starter, so he just reset like once he committed to the actual attack.
Yeah.
So that took probably a bit of like precognition of the situation. So he did recognize it a bit. Just like, oh, I made a mistake, but I like that kind of correction.
Yeah. That kind of stuff is very cool to see.
Yeah, cool decision making.
Okay. Wyvern's out, Omniscythe.
Oh, that was a good air dash back. That was like a with punish placement. Nice combo. Ooh, almost got the win.
Flash hit, counter hit, 6 DB. I think that might have been an OD that just turned
yeah.
That was probably one of those.
It's okay. Corner positioning, no meter for DPRC. The fireball disappeared right then and there. That would have messed me up. I would have been like, what?
Yeah, definitely Omniscythe was expecting that to be meaty. Ooh, nice off of the Asteroid Vision. Oh, conversion though. Okay, flash kick RC. Solid damage. You're gonna switch sides. There we go. 3C, surfboard, another Fafnir. Sets the orb. 2D8. It gets everyone at least
Yeah, once. I think he was waiting to get into range where he could DP, but another drop.
Oh, that would have killed too. You hate to see that.
These drops are definitely like really. There's already been 2 situations where he could have killed, and Omni just ran it back.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you kind of have to reset your mental state when you get those drops, because it can be extremely frustrating. Where you're like, I'm playing well, I'm doing the things I'm supposed to, but because I fumbled, I just died. Now I have to deal with this Makoto that is absolutely running it right now. Burst is available. Purple throw on them? Jeez.
Omni, why you gotta do that?
You really gonna finish them off by making them do push-ups?
Why?
Come on. That's a little mean.
What happened in gentleman's agreement?
I don't think there's anything.
We playing back the purple throw? Looking in slow motion. All 30-something frames of its tech window.
Tragedy in slow time, I guess. God. That's painful. Honestly, I was half expecting to see a burst bait, and then he just went for the purple throw.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, you can actually... So it depends on the hit state. I wonder if she has anything that doesn't have a burstable hit state. Because if they're mashing burst during that and you purple throw them, it'll actually TRM them mid-combo. Which is very weird, but it can happen in this game. So.
That makes sense why that would happen, but yeah, that's really... Okay.
So some stuff like Platinum Bubble, for example, puts them in an unburstable state. So if they're mashing burst, trying to burst the next hit out of Platinum Bubble, you can actually purple throw them and TRM them. Just some interesting uses for certain moves, but who knows? Maybe one day when you play someone and what's a snap hands? Yeah, you snap hands them and then you're like, I'm gonna purple throw you because I know you're mashing prayer.
I'm gonna try that. So, funny enough, you probably already know this, but because bullets counter hits have so much hit stop, burst interactions are really weird sometimes. So there are instances, for example, where you can do like 5C fatal counter, immediately cancel into OD, and if they mask burst,
that's universal. It's every character.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying because our counter hits generally have a ton of hit stop attached to them, that it's more common.
Oh, it's attack level based in the system. So if a move is like a B move or C move, generally it'll be like attack level 2 or something. Any of those moves that get overdrive canceled, Izayoi can actually do it with Transam. She can counter hit you and Transam, and if you burst, she can still block it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's just a system thing because counter hits apply extra hit stop in general to her, to other characters. So
yeah, I recall that. Yeah,
it's like extra hit stop, 2 frames for C moves and like 1 frame for B moves, but like it's good enough. Actually, funny that you mentioned that because if you look at the frame data, Izayoi 5B 6C like doesn't combo if you're just looking at the frame data page and you don't know that. Because it should get 19 frames of hit stun. Or not 19.
Please select your character.
18? It should have 18? Pretty much not enough to combo into 6C on hit, but it does. So you're like, okay, something's missing here. So it's just that hit stop extension on counter hit. Like,
yeah, I believe counter hit stop is included in the full frame data pages. If I remember off the top of my head.
That might be a new thing. Because at least maybe in CP, it wasn't.
I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I mean, while we're waiting on the night, I would say while we're waiting on the next match, we can definitely see it. This would, as long as everything goes through, this one should be cool because this is the Kokonoe 9 matchup we were talking about earlier.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Give us the mother-daughter fight. That'd be sick.
We'll get there.
But yeah, the counter hit stop is mentioned. So yeah, as you were mentioning, the 5B5C for bullet anyway, counter hit stop.
It is not included in the numbers on the frame data pages. The hit stop.
No, I'm saying that it has the additional is what I was mentioning.
Oh, it's separated. Yeah, it's in a separate column now. Yeah, this column didn't used to exist. Actually, I thought you meant it was included in the number that said ground counter hit.
Oh no.
But yeah, now that it actually says counter hit stop, which is it's funny. If you look at her gain art, you see it. It's +5 hit stop on counter hit.
That button is beefy, dude.
It's like attack level 5 or something.
Yeah, it is. That is a button.
It's crazy because her overhead is also the same attack level. And it just doesn't seem like it should be. But if they get counter hit by it, it's just like, oh, look, 10. Like, it's just really, really long.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. The only reason why I even remember half of this stuff is because I remember there were certain changes that were being made to Dust Loop, and I was like talking to New York, and I was like, hey, like look at these frame data pages all the time. You might have some input. And he like had this like mini dissertation like over a bunch of stuff about it. I was like, oh, it's like I did not know that. But yeah,
a lot of data that was like taken that was like never really organized. Because I mean the game's so old, but all we had earlier on was just like mooks to go off of, which was crazy. Those are the days, man. Get the JP mook with all the wrong frame data. Like,
I don't think I was around for that. The most I had interacted back in the day was like watching a bunch of like streams and stuff, and on like for the big tournaments. YouTube, and then I would look at the
oldest
old
thing,
Dust
man.
Loop forums for like bullet confirms and stuff when like CF had came out, because I was like, what's going on with this
The
character?
oldest thing was the CT DVD. Oh, let's go. The match is going. Okay,
Ooh.
cool.
Mhm.
I definitely
Well,
want to talk about the CT DVD
Yeah,
later.
I'm curious about this. I want to follow up on that too.
You don't know about that? Oh my god!
I don't know, dude. Tell me about.
Oh
You're gonna tell me about
God.
it. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let's talk about this match, because otherwise we're gonna go.
The
on a
wheel of
tangent.
fate is turning. Rebel 1.
But yeah, so let's see the
Round
round start
start.
here.
5A
Okay, yeah.
here, yeah. I guess 5A does catch her 3C. It looked like it would.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just like the lowest recovery move. And also, if they block it, it does end up going into like a string that can pull Kunzite out. So, what?
That was a graviton activate if I've ever seen one. All right, sets up the fireball, sets out the graviton, gonna pop to move it. Probably before she.
It's
tries
hard.
Yeah, with the buttons and like the spacing that 9 can cover, I would imagine it's a little difficult to get the breathing room to set up that situation.
Yeah,
in
you
some
got to be able to
cases.
confirm those situations very quickly. But I definitely like that, like patience with the bomb on. True, it
Yeah.
is your turn.
That's one of those things where it's like, I literally have a bomb strapped to your chest. Like, I can just chill out here. You're gonna be forced to block at some point. I'm seeing we got a mix-up here. Ooh!
Yeah, aside from just the mix-up, like the option coverage there is just great. But 9 does have frame 1 projectile dash, so
Yeah, we'll see if that. I'm not sure whether or not Juliocrivera maybe was nervous that MakoT might have like stuffed a strike button in the
Yeah,
midst of that to cover it. But
I think it was like a unexpected situation too. You have to be like really ready with it because it is
Yeah.
frame 1 and that fireball's just meaty on you.
I don't think you end up seeing a lot of. Ooh, nice
reset.
reset. Yeah, I don't think you see a lot of Kokos go for that kind of mix-up off the super fireball, at least from my experience anyway. But yeah. Good stuff from Juliocrivera, taking that second round in pretty quick fashion, honestly.
Yeah, horizontal air to air is definitely like the space that like 9 wants to kind of like bully Kokonoe from, especially like jumping backwards. It's hard to get whiff punishes on anything because her normals in the air are so stubby, but really, it is hard. It seems like it's hard to like regain that space. I think,
Ooh, okay. Teleports during the God Hand startup. 236B. That button.
yeah, that was a really good like graviton use with the fireball.
Ooh,
That's
cross-up
like
overhead.
a really hard angle for 9 to deal with in general. Just because like she can't foray it, right? It's coming in.
Right,
above
from
her.
like.
It's just tough because like especially for projectiles that have a high frame advantage, if she does dash, it starts to give Kokonoe the ability to cover the dash. So I wonder how layered LordMacoT's offenses against the dash recovery, but she should be able to cover a lot of options really well, especially with graviton. So
Yeah. So far, the only interaction that I can remember off the top of my head with regards to that was there was like one air teleport where LordMacoT managed to position themselves pretty close by, so they did end up with like a counter hit JB that did lead into the super fireball situation, if I remember correctly.
yeah, controlling
but-
recovery with air buttons is definitely the way to go against her. It's just like the least committal thing, because if she does step in a direction that you don't anticipate, you're good. Just land. Okay, cool. So,
Like,
not a lot of
I'm
recovery.
on the ground now. Nice.
Yeah, and you're constantly displacing your hurt box while trying to cover the space. So,
Ooh, resets in the throw.
so I could do it too.
So you got those. Hey, I'm out of the show it off too. One of the things that I'm starting to notice about LordMacoT is that they like to keep the explosive on in a lot of sequences with bunker.
Yeah, I
you just
mean,
gotta keep
it's
it
really
off,
good
so-
in this situation, especially because 9 doesn't have a reversal, right? Like, she doesn't have a good reversal, especially, well, in this situation, she doesn't even have the stock to do a reversal.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if they landed a hit, like a single, like even on block.
yeah, you get really safe transitions into extended pressure.
here we are, back in a similar position. No stocks available. Opts to burst out. Does not want to deal with LordMacoT getting started on the set play. Nice teleport in. Activates the Graviton as well. This should be solid damage. But the big thing, again, is the fact that we're going into set play without stocks for 9. No reversals
No
available.
4A there to punish that on whiff. Oh,
Yeah.
very, very nervous, I think.
I mean, this should be it. This is like OD Super, even yeah.
Yeah, just riding on that momentum. That,
Yeah, it was, oh, sorry, go on.
oh no, just like that match, like once I feel like Julio lost a bit of steam, it was like, I think especially for how Julio was like playing in the first match, it was kind of very much oriented around like challenging. Every time there was like a situation where he was put into block stun, it kind of ended the round or took the burst, right? So for that to not work out 2 games in a row, like that last round was kind of just like drained. He just looked drained.
Yeah,
It's hard to challenge though.
For sure. I think I definitely agree with you, especially in terms of the first match, because literally it was like near perfect into near perfect the first 2 rounds with the opposite player, and then the third round was just like was a little bit more stable. But yeah, it's just sometimes that's the way the cookie ends up crumbling if you kind of can't make those on the fly adjustments. You just lose the pace of the match, and then somebody else just swarms you.
Yeah, it looked like a matchup between like 2 like kind of like pace momentum players, and like one just lost it.
Yeah.
It's just so I mean, overall the neutral control from Kokonoe is kind of better, because even though she does have frame 1 projectile invul on the dash, the recovery is always hittable, right? So if the Kokonoe player is like ready to cover the recovery of the dashes with fireball placements or graviton, then you're all good. You really don't have to worry that much. So
Yeah.
the onus is really on 9 to get in there, and
sure.
I think that kind of
I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see us get a bit more into that layer, because it definitely felt like, and I feel like you pointed out a couple of interactions where there's a lot of instances where, like, if you're on the ball with realizing like, hey, this is a projectile, I can show this option, and then force them to adjust after the fact.
Yeah, and a lot of the dashing was like aggressive dashing. Not a lot of it was kind of just like reset to neutral and okay, like let's play it slow. And like you kind of have to, I think, in that matchup, just because of like how much you have to navigate. A lot of it, you just, like super jumping forward and just flying into the projectile and blocking it out. Take the meter from the IBs.
Yeah.
There's a good strategy to be found in some of these matchups, but like a lot of times, it may require you to play like an entirely different way than you're used to. But that's just how the neutral gets structured in this game, because you're dealing with so many different kinds of options. Way out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the interesting aspects in terms of like how much of your usual style are you able to maintain? Should you even bother trying to maintain your usual style, or are you comfortable entirely just changing how you play for this one situation?
Yeah.
Because
gotta be able to keep it flexible, because eventually you'll fight Hakumen, right?
Yeah. And I mean, even at like a basic level, like especially starting out with the game, like playing against Tager, like I feel like Tager is another one of those characters where like if you don't, if you get very used to playing in a certain way when you're beginning and you don't understand how you have to commit and structure your offense, you get smoked by him. You're like, what is going on here? And then like you see some other player like maybe even wash Tager, and you're like, I don't know why.
Yeah, you don't understand what's going on.
You're like, this character's supposed to be bad. What do you mean? And it's just like you kind of have to just wait a little bit, and then over time build up the skills, and have those good conversations with like other players to recognize like,
how do I destroy Tager?
Yeah, I feel like I'm a little shocked I haven't seen that in character Discord yet.
I love fighting Tager. It's just so funny.
It's like it's a tragedy. I I feel like as a Taker player, you're like, man, I'm like watching these people, and then over time, you're like, what's going on here? You get like fuzzied 30 times.
Yeah, it's definitely like a level of play thing that happened. I think a lot of times over iterations of the game where people are playing Taker and they're like, "Wait, Taker sucks!" Like, I'm starting to get beat up by everyone. This is fun when no one knew what they were doing. Like,
It's like, what do you mean they just jump back after like a string?
why are you jumping back? Fight me like a man, right?
What do you
Like,
mean? Don't you like the frame trap? What about those counter hits, huh? Am I right? But yeah, I feel like another character that actually kind of falls under that sometimes is Susanoo as well.
yes, yeah,
Where like obviously the almost memed upon question of how do I deal with 6B, right?
IB barrier twice.
Yeah,
That's it.
is the answer.
IB
but-
barrier 2 times.
Yeah.
Or if you see it and you can air block it, double IB barrier in the air and the pushback is way higher.
Mm. But yeah,
So
I mean stuff like that where things vary so much, even across players and levels of play, etc., etc. So I guess to kind of highlight on that, since I'm unfamiliar with our other player here in terms of, I think this is going to be one of those little tests of just kind of like, okay, well, how much do you know to lean on the proper system mechanics against this character?
We may or may not see this. So the first match is going, the spectate desync there.
It's all good.
Yep. So hopefully we get to see game 2. I am going to just wait to see who won and then leave and come back and see if that'll get us in.
All good.
Yeah, it's fine. Play your match. Oh, was that may have been a fast one. All right, so here we go. We're going to try this one more time. This is the last one of top 16, so we'll be taking a break after this, swapping out comms and going to top 8. But we'll talk about that after the match, assuming we can see it.
Sure.
Please. Lord Crucia's old BB player, also another CT vet. Been playing Bang since then, actually. So,
Wow.
yep.
That
so
is.
I have complete faith that
Mhm.
he will know how to use Bang's movement against this character, which is why I think the matchup would be pretty interesting. But that match was also really fast. So-
yeah. Jesus Christ.
It's also very easy to get ooped in the movement.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of I guess difficult. Oh no.
Oh,
We're not going to see it. Well,
That's a
unless
tragedy.
it goes to game 3. Then we can try one more time.
I do want to see a game.
I would love to see a game 3.
That would be pretty sick. I guess to kind of talk on, I
Oh
think
my
we already
goodness.
mentioned a little bit
got a
of
guest
IceCool's
in.
history as a player. So there's like kind of a pretty cool aspect of like old player versus like a newer player.
Mhm.
Not
Yeah,
to
I
insinuate
feel
that IceCool's
like-
like just been playing. I think
A
they've been
couple
playing
years.
for a little while, yeah. Because their last offline tournament, I believe, was last Frosties, if I remember correctly. I forget
Mhm.
how well they placed there. I don't believe I'm right. But sorry, you were saying.
Oh, just in terms of like actually being able to utilize the movement in this game around newer characters, I feel like can be a little difficult. The hitboxes are huge, and if you don't have the matchup familiarity, you'll literally die for like misjudging your movement potential. So it's hard to bully him with it unless you have a lot of experience with it. So like I understand my character options versus like applying your character options to another character's tools. So maybe I have a hard time calling Susanoo new. He's not really like that new, but like he's only existed in CF2, right? So maybe there's like
I
some
think-
unfamiliarity there in
yeah.
terms of like spacings and stuff. So
I think another way to maybe phrase it is kind of like you see this a lot in games of a lot of legacy, the different design philosophies, I would say, between characters
yeah, from
kind of over time.
there's a lot of
And I
big
think
fun
that-
characters now. Yeah, space control.
Yeah.
That it wasn't really like that before. It was mainly just the only time you would see that is like New or Rachel, and they were just like the zoners, right? Like,
right. It's like that's the zoner. That makes sense. and
Susanoo's
suddenly-
zoning you with his normals, like
That man's JB, JA, 2C.
yeah, just stuff like that. I can totally see just like snagging, and then once it snags, you get put into
It's-
like knockdown, yeah, and
Yeah, if you got the knockdown, you have decent routing. Like it's party time. But yeah, I would expect the movement. I think in general this game is super fun to see. So, and especially with Bang and just how differently he can pace a match based off of it. We'll be curious to see if we get the chance to do that. But
Just got the report. It was a 2-0 for IceCool.
all right.
So
Tragic.
that will solidify our winner side top 8. That's going to be Dawn versus Omniscythe, which is a pretty sick match. IceCool, who's been ducking the spectator mode this entire tournament, versus LordMacoT. Loser side has 3 of our 4 top 8ers, and that's going to be Molotov 3X, Aerith, and Juliocrivera did climb into the loser side top 8 after their top 16 match. And then the last slot will be filled by the winner of Mataso and Lord Crucius. Or Cruxus. Not sure how exactly that's pronounced.
I don't know either, even after 10 years. So.
Okay, if you don't know, then I have the excuse not to know.
Let's go. But that's
Sick.
so we're gonna take a short 5-minute break before our top 16. We are going to swap out the comms, unless either of you wants to pull a double. I'm totally fine with that. If either of you wants to pull a double,
Let me just talk about the CT DVD.
yeah, go ahead and do that. We got a minute. We got a minute.
Drop the Lord.
So
drop
the
Lord.
CT DVD was a DVD included with the limited edition box for BBCT, right? And if you watch this DVD, it has combos for characters, and it has like some character guides and strategy guides and stuff like that. But it was all done by a couple of the people on West Coast, I think like LA area. So like, you know that real Soviet damage meme, I guess? I don't know if you
Oh my god, I
heard that.
remember that DVD. Now that you said real Soviet damage, I have that.
yeah.
I'm more
Like the
confused and more
Tager guide,
interested
right?
in
I
this.
remember that. Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
a
This
throwback.
DVD was OD. So it was funny because this is when like regional rivalries were like super like tense, I guess. And because it was all worked on by like local Cali people, since I think Axis put it together. Yeah, I believe it was a project from Axis, and they just kind of just got local players together, and like they had access to the game first and stuff like that. So there was a lot of like regional comp. It was just really funny because like we'd meme on people for the DVDs, like contents and stuff. But there was some really good stuff in there. I can't explain it. The fact that there was a DVD with combos on it is OD. Like, it was included with the game, bro. There was no challenge mode. You said it combo DVD.
Yo, watch this little video here,
Yeah.
bro. We got you.
The pre-YouTube tutorial.
I know.
Yeah.
YouTube tutorial.
2009, man. 2009.
Okay, so yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere, and I will catch you all in 5.
All right, peace, guys.
See y'all soon.
All right, welcome back. You guys are live again.
Let's go.
Welcome, FadedK3G, to the commentary booth. Gonna join Towito for round 2.
I stole SKD's job, and now I'm here.
Let's go.
Hey.
All right. We got top 8 coming up. First match is going to be Omniscythe versus Dawn, which I'm looking forward to. I like watching some Relius. I like puppet characters.
And Omniscythe is playing Makoto, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Makoto main for a while now. It's weird. It's really funny because I only net played against Omniscythe on PSN like once randomly because he was randomly playing on like in the world lobby, which I almost never go to world lobby, but I was just there for a couple of days. Saw them, played them, played them in Melty, and then it was either close or he washed me on his vehicle.
I mean,
But yeah.
Omniscythe is like sick in a lot of games. Like, I've never seen someone be this proficient in a lot of different games as he is. He's getting Melty, he's getting Strive. I've seen him mess around with Granblue. And now hearing that he's OD in BBCF, it's just like, what game is he not good in?
Who knows? I'm waiting for him to just come out and suddenly just like take a uni regional at this point.
100%. Come
This is
in.
one of
steal it from
those
us.
things where you're just like, oh, okay, you just had this character. What?
I feel like Omniscythe would be a sick Linné player. That's just my hunch.
Yeah, I think it would be Linné.
I don't know. Actually, I am super bad at guessing uni. Like people like. uni
It's
characters
true.
people
If there's
play.
any game where somebody deviates from their like archetype, it's Under Night.
Yeah. Like, one of my friends plays like Merkava, like God Hunter, right? He plays Hazama and Relius in this game.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
I think he's different.
it's like you don't want other people to play, right? So you still get that. Like Relius is like the puppet character, you know, he got you with the unblockables and stuff like that. Merkava's not letting anyone else play either.
Well, even for Relius, it's like it's less on the unblockables and more just in terms of like his pressure, right? So like, for example, some of like what we were mentioning earlier is just that like Relius's pressure is extremely like safe in terms of how Ignis is used. A lot of times it just lets Relius be really safe, and extends his pressure a lot. And even like at like the initial layers, like the mix isn't that crazy, but it's the fact that you're blocking for so long against this character, and if you mess up and you give him a chance, he gets to restart his turn again and slowly chipping you out and getting these resources. Then you're like, all right, well, screw you, I want a DP.
Yeah.
And then you get counter hit and you're like, screw it, my life is forfeit. It's just
So the
Well,
strongest
kinda
thing
on and
about
off.
Relius is like the mental stack behind it. Because if you're sitting there blocking forever, you're like, oh shit, I gotta get out at some point. Like,
I would
You're-
say it's one of the strong parts about his offense in particular. Because one of the big things with Relius, of course, is just the fact that you're a puppet character and you have to deal with resource management as well. Like if you burn through your doll gauge, you're forced to spend meter. Usually, you're often forced to spend meter in order to route into regen combos to build that back up. And without resources, Relius's damage isn't necessarily like anything spectacular. With resources, he can do a lot. He's got a lot of really cool resource dumps, but that assumes that you're in that position to begin with. But yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. Looks like
We're gonna
ended
miss
up-
game 1. I'm gonna restart.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loop back in. I'm gonna make the lobby, I think, for game 2.
Game
See
two?
if that
Okay.
works. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit more stable. We'll see how it goes.
and Omniscythe already in chat, like, yeah, y'all missed it, man. That great match.
You missed a good one. It's okay. I find it really funny because like the players talking in the stream chat is like you just got a postcard from someone on a vacation. You're like, all right, like you went to Sicily. Like that's super great. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, like, yeah, man, it was such a sick match, and only if you could have been there.
Yeah. You had to be there.
Such a shame you forgot your passport at the airport. You know, just really just happened.
See the
Oh,
Matcherino
yeah.
code still coming in. Thank you everybody for your contributions. Clicking that claim code button. It's always appreciated.
We've got over 100 people on the stream right now. there is no reason this matcherino should not be filled by the end of the night. Make sure you pop in those codes.
Another 50 cents. Let's
Fill
go.
it up.
You do the
It's
sponsor
super
request,
simple.
like everything helping out. You know, don't have to spend any real money. All of this, it's the magical, mythical money that's coming from Matcherino.
There are
the MMM.
a ton of sponsor quests for this Matcherino in particular. I noticed just looking at the sidebar.
So yeah, make sure not to play yourselves. Hop in the matcherino. Very simple. Helps the players, helps the TOs as well. It's super, super, super good overall. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm hyped up to see the match.
I really don't want to miss this match. So
Yeah.
let's pray that it comes through at least for one round, or maybe it goes to game 3 and we get to see 2.
Relius, like as a character, like his design wise looks super sick to me. I
sure.
really like how he looks. And Makoto is an interesting character based off of what I've seen. Like she's I like the whole charging up the punch and stuff like that. Like I like having stuff like that where it's like, oh, you have to realize in a certain amount of time, this is the type of punch I want to do, right? The level 2 or the level 3. Sometimes you want to do level 1 within combos, so stuff I like to see.
Alright, let's see who won that, and then I'll go make a lobby. It looks
Sure.
like Omniscythe won that. So Omniscythe is up 1-0.
I mean, Ryer's a professional at making these rooms. You saw
I
how
have
fast he made it.
I have made 1,000,000 rooms. I tell you, unlimited room works is what I'm working with right now.
My favorite day is gonna soon be Thursdays because it's the only day that I see Ryer jump on and jump off of
Blaze Blue like 100 times. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here like, oh man, that must be a good tourney, huh?
we are out here at this tournament. It's all right. We'll keep it going as best we can. Thanks again for your patience. I'm just so happy I'm able to run these as well as I can, and so you know, your support means everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy in general. Another Blaze Blue bracket is always a good thing in my book. And these have been pretty sick so far. I mean, on top of, you know, these like open brackets that are going on, I mean, there's also the beginner brackets too. The next one is next week, if I remember correctly, also on Thursday. So if you're a beginner and you're just tuning in, you're interested, maybe you're like, whoa, these guys are way too strong. There's plenty of there's a big old beginners bracket for you. There was one last week, I believe, that had over like 60 people.
Yeah.
There's definitely a ton with a lot of players available. So if there was ever a time to learn and grind the game, like on top of there being rollback, there's a lot of brackets and such that are available to you. So yeah, I mean, keep that in mind. If you want to hear news about it, you can always check out the WASD Twitter. If I remember correctly, it's at WASD Gaming. But yeah.
If you're in the Discord, of course, you're gonna get pings about it all the time if you join the Blaze Blue category for it. And as a beginner myself, I really do enjoy having something where I can always just be like, okay, here's a bunch of other beginners. We're all trying to learn the game. Now let me join this tourney and see how far have I progressed, right?
Mhm.
And then when you finally eventually win a beginner tournament, it's gonna feel like you took a big step within this certain fighting game. So it's something that is really beautiful, and that's why I love WASD for the beginner tournaments, since I was here for the uni beginner tournaments. But hopefully we're gonna see this match, man.
We're gonna all restart the game. That has helped a lot in these brackets, is restarting the game in between matches. Not sure what it does, but it has helped. I'll go ahead and make the lobby again. My cursed lobby.
Make like a hotkey where like it automatically closes out Blaze Blue for you and then opens it back up.
That'd be like a straight up bash script. That'd be involved.
I'd go all the way and just have it make the room and copy the link address as well at that point.
But yeah, I think one of the things to mention, actually, I'm really so okay. So I am a big fan of theory crafting matchup. I love to sit and blab and talk about it, and sometimes be wrong and get pointed out and feel a little dumb on matchups in general. And this is one that I've literally never seen before. And this one is super curious to me. If we get the chance to see it, in that Makoto is a very close range. Somewhat of a brawler, arguably. She's a close range infighter, basically. Right up against Relius, who wants to play this very focused game, keep you in pressure for as long as possible safely, and also outspace you with his normals, especially his like 5B and his 2B. So one of the things that I think will be very curious is the if we get the chance to see it, of course, is the transitions between both offense and defense and neutral and stuff like that, because there is a lot that goes into it for both characters.
I mean, for Makoto to really work around this matchup, the player would need to have like really good movement, basing off what you're saying. Like, if Relius's buttons are better, if he's able to, make himself safe throughout all these pressure, then if the Makoto's movement is better and they're able to open them up first, they should be able to win the round. But it can easily go to the Relius' favor if they are able to start their pressure up and start getting their game going on.
We're going to give this
overall, it's like a
one
back
more
and
try.
forth.
We're going to give this one more try, and then we got to move on with the bracket if this fails one more time. So,
You have a lot of points.
yeah, I earned those. I earned those completely legitimately.
We'll leave it at that.
I can't even connect to Omni's room. I got to reload.
Oh.
You got to reload your profile.
But yeah, I mean, that's just like one of those things. The other, of
Oh,
course,
is it?
like
Might be a
it's like the
scuffling.
resource management that Relius has to deal with as well. And one of the things that I feel like we didn't really get the chance to touch up on is the momentum that Relius can lose in a lot of situations, because the moment you get hit, your doll goes away. She's like not available anymore, and Relius doesn't have any meterless reversals, so he's forced to either use a reversal super that can, of course, get baited out for mad damage against Makoto, who can like off a counter hit, like nuke you in certain situations, and his counter assault, which is, I mean, it's a pretty good counter assault. It's based off of his like 5C animation, which has a pretty good hitbox. But again, Makoto has a lot of tricks up her sleeve, like both in pressure to either cancel things early, parry, maybe even cancel on like asteroid vision and such like that. That can make it a bit more difficult to properly mount a defense. Now, of course, Relius does have some really cool tools. Like he can spin. I don't know how familiar you are with Relius's spin.
I'm not that familiar with Relius' spin, but
All right, so Relius's spin is mad sick. Basically, he becomes completely strike invuln, and I believe projectile invuln as well. And his collision box is gone. So you can do stuff where like you can legit like micro dash into spin and then swap sides on the opponent and make him button hit the wrong way.
oh, that's OD.
Yeah, there's actually a clip of, and it's Don specifically a while ago, where like he's up against Oni NYC, who's you might have seen playing Melty recently, actually.
Yeah.
Where he does like 3 spins in a row, causes Ragnar 5B to hit to go the wrong way, and then like counter hits him for like death or something like that. It's hilarious. So it's like an old clip from like, I think it's even almost like a year old, but God, that is the funniest thing ever.
Alright, so we are moving forward to IceCool and LordMacoT, the other side of winner's top 8. Hopefully this plays smoothly. I'm trying to make the room. And yeah, we'll just keep playing it by ear. Thank you again, viewers, for contributing to the Matcherino, doing the sponsor quest, clicking claim code. It's all very much appreciated.
Ryer indeed does have the Christmas drip.
Yeah,
I mean,
I threw on a Christmas hat.
The hat goes crazy, and then we also see the Facade Live shirt right there.
Of course,
you
gotta
know,
represent
jerked
the
out
brand.
all the time.
Yes. So trying to get the next match on stream. We'll get as much of this top 8 streamed as we can, but we don't want to be here until 2 a.m. So, you know, after a reasonable number of tries, we are just going to have to move on with the bracket.
Stuff has to go on. The show will always go on.
Spectating has been a bit of a struggle. To Lid in the chat. Actually worse today than it has been last week, so I'm not quite sure why that is. It feels like it's on my end because every time I've tried to host, I got the first match to host though, so I'm not sure. Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. Getting an error. Okay, one of you guys make.
So overall, I feel like I'm having a really fun time with BlazBlue. I mean, I play Izayoi.
I'm so glad BlazBlue is like back, you know?
Yeah. Like a year ago, I was starting to enjoy the game. I was understanding some stuff. And like, then I dropped the game because there was nothing really going on, right? But now, since it got rollback and everyone's talking about it, there's tournaments everywhere. I mean, we have we have WASD, we got BBB, like we have stuff going on for the tournament now, and I do enjoy being able to play anyone within the US or people within EU since I live on East Coast. Like, the amount of openness I have within the game now is really, really fun.
It actually lets you practice things too, which is what I feel was what was lacking before. It was hard to find an outlet to practice.
Because the people beforehand were people who were like super OD. They've been playing this game for mad long, and now they probably played like 5 to 10 characters. And I'm over here with my Izayoi, and they're gonna just be like, "Oh man, I can knowledge check you all day long. I don't know what's going on." But with everyone joining in at one time, and with rollback kind of changing a lot of people's idea of the game, everyone is kind of feeling like a new person, right? I can hop on rank and have some fun. Ooh, we're gonna say Kokonoe versus Susanoo. Please pick the white skin. Oh my god, please pick the white skin. If I can beg for anything,
IceCool does not use that skin.
No!
I can tell you right now, he does not use that one.
For the memes, for the culture.
I understand, but unfortunately, well, okay, flashing the must die. I don't see. Okay, one thing that I've learned from online brackets is that I never ever trust the players in anything that they do. Players will hover over random characters and character select and do all these things. And I'm just kind of like sitting here. I'm just gonna see what happens. But moving forward, of course, onto the set, we've got Kokonoe versus Susanoo. So this one should be interesting. I am not. So Susan is like a very common character in that play, just in general. Character's mad popular, the edgy Doom Lord, however you want to put it. You see them all over the place. Kokonoe, there's been a bit of a Kokonoe invasion, I feel like, in CF. There's like a good amount of people that are picking up the character, or are kind of returning. So like, for example, you got LordMacoT, who's now around for a lot more online brackets. Maniak is back.
Ooh.
That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah. He popped in. He was at I don't know if he was at the Snake Pit, which was a Chigzama bracket from last week, if I remember correctly. He was at Boston Blue Beat. And then other Kokonoes that are around. Joker is back and on the Kokonoe as well.
And Kokonoe is a sick character. Like, you got your set play, you have your cute little girl. Like, what more can you want within the game? So, I mean, yeah, I'm also trying to learn Kokonoe at the same time. So it's really great to see a lot of Kokonoe players because I can steal tech.
Oh yeah, you need to rob them for all they've got.
Yeah,
it is the mission and the way of things.
100%. How we do it in New York? You know, you just take everyone for take everything that everyone has, and then you kind of say, "Oh yeah, this is my own." Izayoi Nick, yeah, Izayoi Nick. Izayoi is my main. I love how she plays. Her movement is beautiful. But Kokonoe is also a character I enjoy a lot because I like set play and I like making people feel like they're in a hopeless situation, which I will achieve that with Kokonoe. I will 100%.
Kokonoe is certainly capable of doing that.
See, based on your personality, I was like, oh, okay, you know, maybe he's playing like a fun rushdown character. Then you said I don't want other people to play, and the easy way pick makes a lot of sense there.
Nick is certainly a set play enthusiast, if I've ever met one.
Definitely a lot of cool things that Izayoi can pull off to either negate certain situations and such. But yeah, Coco is sick. I think the character is super cool, even though I get tilted every time I get hit by a counter hit JB into a bajillion damage, and then I get sent to the corner because there was a really smart graviton placed behind me or something. But
Susanoo's also a really sick character too. I love the whole idea of like your specials are locked until you get this hit, and now you have like this special, or you want to play neutral like this because oh wait, I can get that type of special. Like I like that type of idea.
so here's the thing, and when you learn Susan, there's a lot of confirms that actually make it relatively not too bad to pick up like seals in a lot of situations.
I see that a lot. The routing is built such that you get the important ones, and like that's the routing that you're introduced to when you learn the character.
Yeah, like if Susan has 25 meter and gets like it's like 5B, you are getting hit into some sequence into crush trigger, and then they're just unlocking a bunch of seals, and you're like, oh, well, I guess that just happened. But yeah, the cool thing to me, kind of like on the note of the seals, rather, is less in terms of strictly unlocking them and more how they structure their style around what seals they have available and like sort of what they can do. Like one Susan with orb may play it out entirely different than another, or maybe they have like a weird set where it's like, I don't know, like sand kick, orb, and sword. You just kind of have to like deal with that and like structure things accordingly.
All right, so we're jumping
Once it
into
gets
this game 2. LordMacoT took game 1.
Ooh, cool. Yeah.
Hopefully we get to
Gamers.
see it. Apologies for the technical difficulties, chat.
Is BlazBlue being BlazBlue?
Yeah.
It happened.
If I remember correctly, okay, I do remember. Yeah, it was at the Boston Blue Beat, the online Boston Blue Beat bracket 2 weeks ago. I remember LordMacoT had taken losers finals over Adroth, who was another really strong Susanoo player in Canada, actually. So there's definitely a lot of matchup familiarity there. We didn't get the chance to see IceCool in that bracket, so curious to see how they dealt with the differences between the two. Because Adroth is another high level Susanoo, but definitely a lot different than IceCool in a lot of regards.
I mean, I think the fact that what you said earlier, where there's a lot of Susanoos, there's so many, whereas like you can play differently, but at the core, this is what my game plan is against Susanoo, right?
We're gonna have to just let them play it out. We're gonna go on to the next match.
Sure.
Which is losers.
The next match is now losers top 8. This is gonna be Mataso versus Juliocrivera. We saw Julio on 9 earlier.
Yeah, so this would be Jin versus 9.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
I like 9 a lot, of course, for many different reasons. I mean, her personality is just amazing.
The lore.
Yeah. Yeah, the lore. Yeah. But I also like, I mean, I like the whole way of structuring like combos and such around getting different types of spells. Like, I really love that about BlazBlue. There's many different types of characters where it's like, oh shit, I would never see that in a different fighting game. Like, I'm never gonna see another character like 9 in a different fighting game. That's way too unique and it's too much depth within the character, I believe.
Yeah, I think characters like that are something you only really see in BlazBlue because of the drive system. as well as the movement system of the game. She's quite unique in that regard. So I've got Julio making the room now. Hope it worked with his room last time, so hopefully it works this time.
Yeah,
We'll be game.
But yeah, 9 versus Jin is a matchup that I am a little surprised that I haven't really seen before, or very extensively, or this is something that I know a lot about. Jin is a really cool character. I hate him. I'll be opinionated. I hate him lore-wise. I hate his personality, absolutely. But as a character, there are a lot of ways in which you could argue that the systems of BlazBlue are kind of based on Jin, or the other way around. But
Why do you say that though? Why do you say it's based around Jin?
he plays to the system very well, and he is a very system-based character. So, for example, one of the things you can talk about immediately is just how he plays around with meter. You're forced to have good resource management because you are able to spend your meter on enhanced versions of your specials that either give you hard knockdown, you can use it on a better DP, using it for Snowflake for either offense or set play in order to negate characters' options. Additionally, his overdrive is extremely useful, so you are in a position where bursting willy-nilly is not necessarily the play, and you'll see a lot of really cool overdrive usage from Jin when played super well, and just other things in general where he has a lot of the basic tools that a lot of characters you would expect a lot of characters to have. And hopefully we'll get to see Mataso put that on display in this matchup right now.
Already starting off the match, I mean, nine got him in the fucking corner, and now we have, is this the meteors? Yeah. So 9's whole thing is different hits equals different spells, right? So if I do the A button is water, the B button is wind, and the C button is fire. And with each one, there's different spells, different combinations, and that's just sick to me.
Yeah. So you get to basically she makes these spells in different combinations. The big thing though is that she has a lot of basically, if you're familiar with French board games, she has a lot of repeats that are available to her that let her route into the specific spells she wants very often. In a lot of ways, as of CF2, you don't see a lot of spells that 9 has available because there's just a small pool that is pretty effective in general. But if you get to see a couple of new ones pop up, that'll be pretty cool. For right now, Mataso's got to stop their
overdrive,
but yeah,
that should be game. Yeah.
So overdrive in general, you don't often see it on 9, but because she lacks certain defensive capabilities, it's a pretty good option to use in that sense. Her 4X buttons, her 4A for example, are pretty good, are functionally kind of are jabs that also can eat projectiles. But for example, her reversal, but it's not really especially fast or anything. Her reversal is contingent on her having anything stocked for a spell. Although it's plus, but it's super slow, and you can hit stop OS it pretty decently.
But yeah,
stuff like that in general.
You're relying on having at least a burst or something, or some meter so you can dead angle out something else.
It's more in general that you're just forced to use other mechanics and such. Teleport is a pretty good option defensively, but you're not frame 1. You're only frame 1 projectile involved. So there is a lot of other stuff going on there. Ooh, nice blocks there on the reset attempts there. The 3C whiffed both times, and then Mataso still was cognizant enough of the situation
to block the
Kunzite. Yep, super good Oki in general. As Kunzite stocked, so we might expect to see it confirm into a switch spell onto Kunzite, but we'll see what happens. That's out the seed for the high-low, but Mataso jumps out. Ooh,
nice air.
Nice. Gets clipped, and this should be death. Yeah, forces the burst out of Mataso. Tries to cheese out a hit with the super, but Mataso just remaining calm. Goes for the
They were-
6-3, goes for the half circle forward C. Surprised they went for that. Nice counter hit, but no punish.
Oh,
off of it.
mashes out.
Couldn't finish their food in the scramble situation afterwards. Just didn't end up working very well.
Aims to try to catch Julio, but it's just not really working out in his favor. Look, like the movement Julio has around Mata is too much for Mata to really handle. Now he's stuck in the corner and just eating all this damage. Which, for this game, is 9 like an average?
Nine's damage taps out pretty quickly unless you're spending meters. So your damage is not absurdly high, but she has very consistent and relative and like pretty solid Oki that could lead into a lot of damage off of like high lows and such. We didn't get the chance to see too many of those, but like for example, like the rock overhead is like the layer 1 of that sort of stuff. As Juliocrivera takes it 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion. It looked like that Mataso really just couldn't get themselves started at all. Like they just either were unprepared for some of the situations or that Julio's offense just kind of swarmed them.
Yeah. Like Julio had really strong offense and their movement was superior in the case. Like Mata had to try to catch up in a lot of situations and ended up in horrible situations because Nine's teleport could just teleport himself out the corner. So it's hard to like continue your pressure.
Yeah, there were a couple of situations where I am a little surprised that maybe Mataso didn't opt for a couple of meaties in order to catch those teleports because, like, again, they're not frame 1 strike influence, so you can't just meaty her and you'll counter hit her, and that you do not want to eat counter hits in general in this game, and Jin conversions can definitely add up to quite a bit, especially when you opt for like Oki that ends with like 2-2C. Because then you have to deal with high lows off of that, or different like options off a reset. Because you know the 2-2C is just like a really good restand situation for Jin.
Alright, so up next we have Molotov 3X versus Aerith, and I don't think we've seen either of these folks on stream yet, so I'm not sure who they play.
I believe Molotov was the Tager that we didn't get to see.
I think you're right.
Yeah, they have a Tager PFP, which I am super hyped for. I love watching grappler. Also, a grappler with mix. Tager is the epitome of hype in my eyes. Seeing him grab you and then suck you back in to mix you is just hilarious to me, and you will never tell me otherwise. And hard to watch. Definitely not play. If I've had a lot of moments where I was contemplating, oh shit, do I really enjoy watching this character? Playing Tager on ranked. Yeah. But watching from a distance is hilarious. I get to see someone else struggle.
Tager's restand, OTG, like his OTG restand, magnetic finger or whatever it's called. Gadget finger. Is so like, it's like a grappler's dream, right? Like not only do you get your knockdown, but you get to restand them off of that knockdown and make them guess again. Alright, let's see.
Everyone complains about Pot, but imagine what they would do against Tager. Like, come on.
Let's see if Molotov can make.
So wait, I'm really hoping we get to see this match.
Yep, we're just figuring out who's gonna make the room and who can join it. We still have 17 Matcherino codes left as well, just something to throw out there. Everybody watching, if you haven't used the Matcherino yet, ! Matcherino in the chat. Click claim code to donate 30 free cents to the pot. So with 17 codes, that's another $5.10. You can donate to the pot. There's also a bunch of sponsor quests that add various amounts. Some are as easy as taking a survey that's like 2 questions. Some are just clicking a link. You can follow channels on YouTube, retweet. There's a lot of means to do it. I see a plus 50 cents just came up. Thank you so much to whoever did that.
Well, where you're saying the power imbalance is really bad, I don't agree. I feel like there's a lot of characters who are on like the lower side where you can still see them do good. Like, isn't Remy a bad character on tier lists? And I've still seen Fame cook people up with Jeremy. Like,
For sure.
the game is crazy, it's chaotic. Can't say anything otherwise. But a lot of characters can do something. It's like Guilty Gear in the same sense of like where Cliff and plus R may not be top tier, he still can do fucked up fuzzies and do mad damage. Like,
That's what you
there's
see in a lot of
still
anime.
something there.
Low tier doesn't mean bad. Low tier just means not as good as the high tier in most cases. All right.
So I enjoy Ryder's Room the most.
We're gonna try my cursed room again.
The walls are painted beautifully.
Oh yeah, I made this joke last week, but you know, I went to the booth at the convention, and I said, yeah, I want all those. It was like buy 3 get 1 free, and so I wanted 3 of the same one plus a 4th one of the same one free for all their posters.
They have been completely sold out.
Can't do any quests, none available in your region. Thank you so much for trying, though.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. All right, let's see if we can get it going.
All right,
Fingers crossed.
we are ready to see some gamers. Please.
This looks like it may be Hakumen Tiger, based on the profiles.
Hakumen Tiger. Ooh. Hakumen, he's a very cool character. I've seen all the Twitter clips of him touching deathing and stuff like that. I know that's not the most realistic thing.
You say that,
But
but
like,
it happens.
oh no. I mean, yeah, it happens, but like, it's not like all the time, right?
No. So the big thing is that Hakumen's damage has generally been like cranked throughout the series. It's not like CP or CPEX where that was a little crazier. Where it doesn't even matter anyway. We're gonna see a completely different
Susanoo.
character in Susanoo. So this one should be interesting because if I remember correctly, there's a couple of fuzzies that Susanoo has on Tiger. So if we get the chance to see them, it'll be pretty interesting. Tiger is pretty infamous in CF in a lot of ways for having the poor end of the stick. If for those that watch Season 2 Dragon Ball Fighters, think of it a bit like that if you played a big white character.
The Bardock fuzzies in Season 2 Dragon Ball were obscene.
Yeah.
Season 2 Dragon Ball just needs to come back.
Yeah, that was my favorite season, but you know,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily like fair or balanced games.
Me either.
All right, we're gonna try one more time with this, and I may have them play off stream.
Sure.
So,
So yeah, in general, for Tiger versus Susanoo, this matchup was a little weird because a lot of Susanoo's pressure strings can end up including a lot of gaps, which are pretty exploitable by Tiger in general. Like Tiger as a character defensively, like thrives a ton on situations where he can just IB and then like 360 you. Because of the like frame 3 invuln on his 360A in particular, for example. So there's a lot of stuff like that where like if you have good knowledge of how to IB or how to like defend yourself, you can transition it into your offense super well. You know, get your magnetism, and then
and that's
That is
when
part.
stuff starts going crazy.
then it is well and truly party time.
All right, Synchronizer, come on. Yeah, expecting this game has been a struggle. But
That's what betas
we
are
can
for.
go to
betas are
betas
for.
are for. We have all this time. I mean, Plus R was in beta for a long time, and now look how great the game is. Like, spectating wise, gameplay wise, all the stuff is gonna eventually come. Yeah, eventually come to BBCF. If you guys can play your match,
I will say, I'm going to see if
stream?
he's going to restart his PC. So what we're going to do is let's go play the losers quarters, and then maybe come back to this
yeah,
as a means to just keep things moving. Let's see what they say really quickly. Yeah, restarting has tended to do the best amount of work for a lot of these, but it's nothing set in stone.
Lost 22.
Yeah, and that's like plus frames like that are totally normal in this, right? All right, I'm also going to restart my Blaze Blue.
His blood is blazing, and it's not the bullshit.
We were getting more successful connections through a lot of restarts last week. It feels like it's just luck of the draw at this point.
Yeah.
People are playing from, pretty spread out, so it's possible that that's to do with it.
Hopefully something comes out soon, either a patch that's helping spectating or something that someone else found out is like, oh, this is the way. But overall,
I mean,
it's a beta.
I'll say this too. It is tuned towards the players being able to play. If the issue lies in spectate, that's way more, I guess, acceptable to me than people not actually being able to play each other. I'd much prefer what we have than, it only works 80% of the time, but for spectate or playing.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. If everyone's able to play the game, it's fine. Something can keep on going. At least it's not melty where, I could spectate the game. The game is having, rollback all around the place after skipping an intro. Come on. So there's the greater of two evils, and I would rather be able to play the game than to at least spectate the game. It'd be a beta, yeah. It's a beta. Things are gonna be hatched out. People are still able to play their matches. It's all gonna happen eventually. It's how things are gonna go. But
Yep.
So we're gonna go to losers quarters, right?
I'm seeing.
Yes.
I'm just waiting for. We're gonna try one more time, and then, if it's not my lobby, so even if it doesn't work, I'll just leave, and then we'll go on to losers quarters. But we're gonna try it.
Sure. And that would be Omniscythe and Juliocrivera, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that set should be very interesting as well. With a lot of old versus new in certain ways, with Makoto being one of the initial character, well, not the starting cast, but one of the older characters in the game versus Nine, who debuted pretty recently. So this should be super. So that set should be really cool.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go to that one.
Yeah, because I have zero clue in which ways that I have no idea what ways Omniscythe has cooked up how he likes to approach Nine and deal with her, because Nine is not a very uncommon character. There's a decent amount of people that play her. But Makoto is rare these days. There's not very many that are on her.
I have never seen another Makoto except for Omniscythe. So.
Alright, so now let's trust in Julio's rooms, because they've been the one that have worked the best for me this time.
Julio came in clutch. Your rooms work. Everyone shout out to Julio.
Yeah, shout outs to Julio. Also has entered our Melty brackets. I want to say a Noel player has entered our Melty brackets and has done
Noel,
pretty well. Yeah.
They're getting the Schmixerization in the Neverson game. Let's go.
Mix-up enthusiasts. Reset enthusiasts, even.
Yeah, reset enthusiast.
Yeah.
Everyone likes a little bit of mix, a little reset. Come on.
For sure. All right, here we go.
That's why I drop all my combos. It's definitely not because of bad games.
No, you're resetting, right?
Yeah,
It's all a happy little reset at the end of the day.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, we are in here. I'll just update the names as we go in.
Also, I love seeing how dripped out everyone's character is. Some people got some crowns, stuff like that.
I still have the default Ragna avatar. I haven't had time to update mine.
You gotta get your Carl avatar out. Random, and let's see what song they choose. Alright, I'm gonna judge you based off the song you choose, Leo.
That is fair. Imperial Code.
Alright.
God,
good song.
I always forget how Imperial Code goes. Feel terrible about it.
I like how anime is. Oh, wait a second. There's $63 in the match arena. Thank you for everyone who's been using the match arena code. I don't know how many are left currently right now, but if there is any left, I'll
Bro,
put.
no joke, I might just use Julio as a proxy lobby person because he's the only one to have been
Yeah.
working.
Wheel of Fate is
Hey man, Julio, can you
one.
always over here sliding through? Alright, I'm gonna say starting off. Getting. Oh my god, wait. Getting Julio straight into the corner. So, you said Makoto definitely has the type of damage to be able to nuke you, right?
Well, it depends
Like-
on the counter hit necessarily. But Omniscythe also has a lot of like stuff up his. Oh, okay. Nice OD.
Oh shit.
Use it for the bounce off of the DP, but unfortunately switches sides, so ends up sending 9 into mid screen. But a nice little asteroid vision into a drive will definitely seal that up with the RC follow up.
Action.
You were saying that there's not that many Makotos, and no, there's not that many. I haven't seen that many. You think Julio's really gonna struggle in this matchup because of the lack of Makoto knowledge?
Based off what my assumption would be and how this matchup goes, not a lot. Currently, I mean, we have Julio with the momentum right now. We've seen them do quite well when the momentum is in their favor, so hopefully for him, he'll be able to maintain it, but we'll have to just see what happens.
Well, that was
Nice
a really good
pickup off
confirm.
the trade. That is a really late
that's a-
burst.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was by accident or not. Reversal super, but
Yeah.
God Hand was too active there.
This is truly the hand of the gods.
Yeah, that burst is rough because depending on the hits that Juliocrivera gets, Omniscythe could die before they get burst back in this round.
Right now, Omniscythe is in the corner. The meteors are coming through.
Yeah, just backs off along the teleports. Doesn't want to deal with it at all and recognizes the timing before the meteors actually start coming out. Nice JC.
Yeah. Had the burst out.
Sets the tree. Nice air throw attempt from Omniscythe, but unfortunately whiffs.
Julio's
Catches
confirms
the
have been
landing.
really, really clean off of everything I've seen. Every single
really
hit has
solid.
been confirmed into him getting Oki and then good damage.
Omniscythe,
Oh.
however, responding in kind with the double
no!
overhead into Astral.
Let's
to
go!
take it.
Getting the Astral off.
Nice. That is definitely what we like to see.
This is the good ass Blaze Blue I wanted. Let's go! Popping off with the Astral. Sending a message overall.
Yeah. The other thing about Astrals in this game is that, like, there's a lot of times where linking into your Astral is low-key the easier combo in some ways. I'm not super familiar with Makoto Astral setups, but, like, for example, like Naoto, his Astral, like, guess what you can combo into his Astral.
I'm thinking you can like do grab into Astral.
You're already thinking too hard. He can do 5A in Astral. Like, you do 5A, 5AA into Astral. Like, you just do like a lot of basic stuff.
You're already thinking too hard, man.
Like, it's just super efficient. So there's just stuff like that where it's like, I just don't want to do it. This input is like not too bad. I'll just like go for it. And you just Astral it. 9 Astral, I don't believe is that case. And there's stuff like Kokonoe, for example. It's like it's a command grab. It's like weird. But yeah,
I mean,
already we
I
are
mean, I can
dealing
wake
with-
up and do it, so.
Wow, that was actually really interesting. Opted for the 6A to anti-air, but caught Juliocrivera landing. But because they got the counter hit, the meters actually went away. And so the resulting situation was a lot more advantageous for them.
Overall, I've seen that this match has been more momentum based. Whoever gets started first is mainly who's going to be dominating the game.
Well, a lot of it is like based on their offense, based on like how the character's offense and defense interact with each other. That was probably the reset attempt there. Goes for the super on reaction to something. Not sure what it was, but Juliocrivera opts to teleport out of there. Not active fast enough in order to catch Juliocrivera's dash attempt. Because the dash is not strike in home frame 1, but it is projectile in home frame 1. Yeah, just unfortunately, just a little too slow there. Or maybe he wanted something else.
Oh, nice reset.
Yeah, going for a lot of resets off of the asteroid vision there. That like special where Makoto has like the 2 clones pop up with her. resets into 3C. This is going to be not a ton of damage, but you are already back in that situation.
No,
and there's that
this is
high-low.
damage.
The damage don't matter if you can reset them to death
no.
safely. Yeah.
Oh, everything went away. You couldn't see. The reset started coming in. Suddenly, all your health was gone. Oh, goddamn.
Yeah. So one of the things that's really worth mentioning on 9 is in this matchup is that Makoto's reversals don't really cover a lot of 9's offense if 9 is spaced properly after knockdowns. Because Makoto's DP will not hit 9 because she can often sit far away at like 5A or 5C range. Her other reversal option that she has only beats foot property move, like beats like foot and throw property moves, and will like 9 can easily just stuff that. So you're in a situation where you don't really have like things that you can do to test at those like specific ranges. So that's part of the reason why like it can be difficult for Makoto to contest 9's offense in some ways.
But also with 9 not having any real like defensive options. Once Makoto gets her game started, it's her game.
Well,
Every single time Julio had to burst or something to get out of the pressure.
Well, it's less not having any defensive options as we see the counter assault that I think Makoto managed to get on the other side of her. So like,
yeah, that was
weird. Yeah, it was weird. But like, it's less like not having any defensive options and more the fact that like they're not necessarily like some of them can be pretty high risk in situations like or like conditional. Like for example, like her counter like 9's counter assault is pretty solid, but that's conditional on having 50 meter.
Yeah.
9 does have a plus on block reversal, but that's conditional on her having a stock available. Like right now, there's no stock available, so Omniscythe is just absolutely swarming Juliocrivera right now. Oh my god!
Block was insane.
Yeah, that was a super sick left-right off of the space counter there. That was cool. Burst is available. Omniscythe is trying to bait it, but Juliocrivera manages to march on. But the space counter will take the set there. That was sick.
So
yeah, that was a super cool ending to that set.
And we're getting the instant replay. Let's go.
Yeah. How many burst baits until the 9 pops in? The answer is 3, apparently.
Yeah, 3.
Well, 2, I guess. But yeah, that space counter was nuts. That was bonkers.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But yeah.
All right. So, we are waiting on losers top 8 to finish up here the Aerith and Molotov match. I don't know if there was a delay in them linking up. But the winner of that is going to play against IceCool. I guess... So our alternatives here... I'll give them a minute to see if they finish up. Shoutouts to everybody. The Matcherino, by the way, $63 has been built up. That is like all off of the back of codes and sponsor quests. Besides my seed money that I put in, and maybe a $1 donation here or there, like a couple dollars, it's all been codes and sponsor quests. So that's a huge boon of something like $25 just off of, the free options. So you love to see it.
Really ripped my 420 donation. I mean, no, there's no donation.
Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't catch that one. I only saw the $2 one below it. So yeah, the 420 donation as well as some sponsor quests and codes coming through. Thank you so much for all the contributions. It means a lot.
No donations ever ignored. We appreciate everything you give to the community and to the gamers out here today.
Yep, and for sticking around, through these beta connection issues. Haven't been too bad. We're in the home stretch now. So thank you everybody for stopping by.
Coming to the stream and chilling out and watching is still a very big thing, because that means other people who are also interested in Blaze Blue are going to see us and be like, oh shit, they're running tournaments there.
Absolutely.
We can get more people.
I'm also going to take this opportunity to shout out our event next week. It is also Blaze Blue Bracket. but it is beginner and I guess early intermediate focused. So we call it a beginner-friendly tournament. The idea is, you know, some of the veterans that you're seeing right now aren't going to enter that bracket, and instead it's people who picked up the game more recently, people who picked it up because of rollback, people who played other fighting games and want to try out BlazBlue. And so we cap the skill level of the entrance. And then once you win that, you graduate, so to speak, and then you can't enter the beginner bracket again. And then at the end of, call it the season, once we have enough champions, they all duke it out in an invitational bracket so we can see how much they've all grown. And so our second installment of that is going to be next Thursday in this same time slot.
As a Under Night Inverse beginner champ, I really do recommend anyone who's trying to try out anything within BlazBlue, just join the bracket. Even if you're not all into the game, like if you don't know that much, it's a beginner bracket for that reason. Join the bracket, have fun, and then you will figure out then, do I want to keep on playing BlazBlue? If not, then you don't. You could just still enjoy watching or whatever. If you do, then you keep on playing, and you have the commentators who are going to give you advice. You have people who are also watching going to give you advice.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a really good learning experience.
It's a great first step into the community, is the way I view it.
Where at first it may feel really broad, and then you're kind of lost. But when you join the beginning tournament, you're like, okay, these are the things I need to learn. People like to mash on me. Okay, I need to learn how to really start meeting people. People like doing this to me. Oh man, I'm gonna counter with this. Like, it's a really good time to learn.
All right, so we have a result for Aerith and Molotov. Molotov does take it. So Molotov will be fighting against IceCool. So this is going to be Tager Susanoo. And I'm going to try to make the room and hope.
Susanoo. So once again, Molotov must have a very, very bad string of events. Actually, no, this must be a good string of events with Susanoo if he just won.
Well, I mean, they're making quite the losers run right now.
Absolutely.
They lost to IceCool earlier in the bracket in Winterside.
Yes, this is the one we weren't able to see earlier. It was actually slated to be on stream.
Yeah, and since then have been absolutely fighting for their life to make it onto losers finals. So we'll see whether or not they either A, keep the train going, or whether or not they get stopped by IceCool.
It's quite the road because one more step beyond this is beating Omniscythe in loser semis.
Yeah. So there is no way in which the top 8, loser side and winner side, is pretty brutal in general.
Yeah, this a lot of really good players joined this. Super happy, and some weren't able to make it due to work and stuff. But some of the other names that I've seen in the community that have joined some of our older BlazBlue stuff, Retro Red, High Voltage, and among a few others, were not able to make it this time around. So hopefully we'll be able to see them next time.
Oh, speaking of names, I meant to respond. Hi, Adroth, how's it going? Why are you in chat and not in this bracket?
Shout out to Adroth.
You bum. But yeah, yeah. I just want to say a shout out to Adroth. They're cool. Oh, and another thing. Don plays Relius.
Yes.
Super cool Relius.
I believe they're on the winner's side.
They are in winners finals.
They're sitting in finals, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. We're gonna get some screen share action to see that match because I'm starting to not trust these rooms.
Yeah, we'll try to do everything that we possibly can to get some matches on stream.
Yep, we're gonna get as many as we can. We may have to. Yeah, this is the match we were trying to watch earlier, so I'm hoping it'll come through.
Please select your character.
All right, Susanoo versus Tager.
The match
Really
we've tried
hoping-
to watch many a time.
It's almost like the world doesn't want to see me go crazy over a grappler.
Perhaps.
Please, world, let me go crazy over a grappler.
We'll have to wait and see.
Come on, synchronizing. I'm believing. If not, is there any way that we could just have them share the screen to us and then we just watch through that? Or
Yeah, we can try to go that route. I think that might actually be the best route.
yeah,
Let's just go screen share routing the rest of the way.
yeah. I mean, it's blue. Stuff is gonna happen, but at least we have something to do. At least we're doing this on PC, so we can get people in Discord to watch some good games. Also, IceCool's avatar, so sick. I don't know what their avatar is really supposed to be, but I'm enjoying watching it.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is like the Susanoo with like.
All right, we're gonna try to. We're gonna
Hmm?
pull Don up into here. He's gonna screen share and host for them and see if it works. And then if not, he can screen share his match.
Jordan.
Let's go, Donnie.
Mm-hmm.
Donathan.
What?
Don. You don't want to hear the name that I was going to say next after
Alright.
that.
So if you want to screen share.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Yep. Thank you for your cooperation. Are you able to screen share? Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna watch it and get it to the commentators.
You are a god among men.
My internet is pretty good, so I'm not worried. But Discord screen share can sometimes act up.
Right. So here, let me just. I'm gonna do this to the best of my ability here. Do-do-do.
Oh God. Let's see.
Let me close
Don-
my Blaze Bloom.
Don the primordial being.
Let's see if we can get it.
Add a source. Window capture.
Donosaurus Rex. I don't have many Don names. Oh, Donathan. I mean, that's. I'm on. Donovan.
Okay.
Yes.
Pop this out.
Oh God, this looks so scuffed.
No, yeah, I'm gonna get it better.
Yeah.
I know they had to do this for the Brazilian tournament too.
Yep. So
Oh,
until we have an alternative, how does that look?
Honestly,
Yeah, it looks
not
good.
bad. Let's see if it.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and mute and let y'all commentate.
Excellent.
Thank you, Don.
And yeah,
You're a goat. All right. So now we're gonna be able to see some IceCool versus Molotov. You're Don. Thank you so much for letting us watch.
Do we have audio?
That's
Yes, I hear it.
okay. You're okay.
Under Heaven Destruction 2.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So we gladly get to watch some gameplay. Let's go.
We got some music. All right,
I know.
commentate away, guys.
All right. Oh. All right. So that's stream pausing. Oh, that's just color for Susanoo.
They usually use this one or like the default one. Uses a couple. Not what I use, but this is going to start off with pretty good damage for IceCool currently. A couple of seals unlocked. Grand Viper Orb now has Sand Kick as well. Blocks the 2D.
Molotov is now
Magnetize
busting
now.
out.
Jumps out of the 360B, but stuck in the corner. IOD's through the 6A. Not close enough in order to connect for the rest of the confirm there.
Let's go. We got the dive on.
Wow, that was a really good adjustment. That was like
Yep.
very close to the corner for that Spark Bolt. Tries to go
trying
for
to
the
go for the grab.
360B again, yeah, but that special is
Should
very
end
slow.
it, right?
Nah,
No.
it doesn't have the ability to. Doesn't have a wheel. Otherwise, that would have been
Yeah.
done for sure. Would have to do some like other routing into it, like a super, more or less. Speaking of which,
Let's go.
gets
Grabs.
grabbed out of the reversal super attempt. Tries to do it
Oh,
again.
what?
Definitely just throwing their weight out there. OD
OD?
through the 6B, jumps
Yeah.
to the 360. Okay, there we go.
it's the knowledge of like, okay, this is what Molotov is trying to do is what really amazing me with IceCool. Seeing that, okay, yeah, they're trying to grab me here. I'm gonna jump, or I'm gonna do this. At the end, it was a little flaily.
Super good there. Nice routing in order to unlock God Press.
Yep.
I would not be shocked if they decided to opt for it and then go straight into RC. Grand Viper catching a Tigger low.
What?
Now, this is nearly death, yeah. Alright, gets the Spark Bolt.
We're getting
Very
started.
good starter. I've been needed RC, but just opts to not go for it. And wake up 6B of all things. Managed to close out that game. For
if you block, I'm plus. If you don't block, damn.
You're simply dead.
If I get
Most
hit,
plus frames anyone can muster.
I shall respect my plus frame.
But yeah, I mean, in this situation, it just really feels that, like, there was a lot of cases where Molotov managed to kind of start their offense, but their mix-up ideas were all just failing.
Yeah.
Almost every single 360B attempt was just jump. Everything else just kind of didn't really come together. I'm surprised that he didn't start going for air driver because, like, they managed to start and, you know, put IceCool in magnetism, super helpful in general, but they did not for those hard reads of, like, catching a jump with either a collider or driver. But we'll see if that changes over time. Tigger, as a grappler, is one of those characters that has to make the hard reads, but IceCool is trying to tell him, hey, I got a command grab too, and I just got it. It's looking real pretty.
I really enjoy this command grab, but I wonder what happened within the first game between them for IceCool to be able to just understand, okay, they're going for 360B here, or stuff like that. Like,
well, honestly, it's less that, more just pure reaction. 360B is very slow. Like, stuff like that is like, I invoned through something, and now you're getting punished for it in a major way. But as like a mix-up tool, it's not necessarily as good if you haven't presented other options yet to make people afraid of jumping in the first place. All right, nice usage of JA
that was really,
on the super jump there.
Right
so
now,
yeah, in general,
looking pretty confident within the matches. Okay. We're finally punishing IceCool for late starts. We're getting some offense start. Oh,
goes for the quick rise into buttons. Quick rise is super useful for catching opponents that are looking for the flash of like all the other forms of text. It has the least invuln of like all the other types because it's only throw invuln part of it, but you can catch a lot of people lacking, for lack of a better word, off of it.
Watch the lacking. Here's some buttons though.
Opts for the 5D, has magnetism on him, but that doesn't really necessarily matter when you're in the middle of comboing the hell out of them. Uses the 4D. Alright, gets a counter at 5D, and this should be death.
Yeah, that's
level
death.
2 wheel unlocked. Yeah, this is just 2D. Oh,
no.
Didn't set up the right height for the staircase, unfortunately. And yeah, again, like just a 360B attempt that doesn't work out. No astral for you, IceCool. Sorry. Now this should kill off of the... Yeah.
Yep. See, I'm a willing to champion. I never.
Yeah, that definitely like would have killed. Like with 100 meter, he also had Tigger also had access to the follow up to that super, so it was super low. Goes for their early EA, meaning they put themselves in active flow. Super good for resource management. However, they're not going to have it for the next couple of mix-ups that happen here. Molotov gets the knockdown, but opts to backdash out of it. It doesn't really lead to much for giving IceCool that space.
But now, Molotov has their pressure started. Oh, got the reset off.
Ooh,
and finally
okay.
Got
it's a 368 and kills off of it.
Hey, that did a lot of damage.
Yeah,
overall, IceCool seems really, really confident within the second round. It seems like that conf got to them, and with Astral trying to finish it off in a cool way, ended up dropping the game like that.
Yeah.
So IceCool needs to come back down. I didn't realize you got a job to finish before you start doing any cool stuff. Even though I would love to see cool stuff. Not gonna hit against that. So it seems like every single round star IceCool has been dominating it. But I did see one time that Molotov was able to counter it. So does Tigger, like you were saying earlier, Tigger has really good defensive options. What do you feel about Tigger's like round starts and such?
Well, round start options in order to contest Susanoo is difficult at best. Susan's round starts are really, really great, and a lot of characters are pretty much forced to hold that. In a lot of regards, I am not super extensive on like options Tigger can do. Pretty much all of them carry possibly more risk than you would want. As IceCool finishes up with the wheel. Yeah, that overhead.
So it seems like it'll be better to just back off and.
Most of the time, down backing is a good idea because there's the 3C, there's the 3C.
Yeah.
You can use other stuff in order to catch your like movement as well, and 3C is a pretty good starter, as you might imagine. Wheel unlocked, Grand Viper unlocked, immediately used, by the way.
DP unlocked.
Yeah, Obstrat for DP, level 2 wheel. Now you are dealing a ton of damage with great high-low.
Grand Viper.
Well, I shouldn't say great high-low, as a lot of Susan's buttons still are mids. And there is the fuzzy.
Yeah.
OD's the 3C, but fumbles on whatever the counter hit may have been. Possibly thought that IceCool was in the recovery of 3C, but that is not the case. And IceCool will take it 2-1.
Yep. So IceCool will definitely realize, okay, I need to get my shit together, finish this out cleanly, and Molotov just couldn't keep up with what IceCool was going with. But next we should have Don's match, right?
That's correct. We're gonna go up to winners finals, first to 3. It's gonna be Don versus LordMacoT or Makoto.
Guess I'll just stay where I'm at then.
Yep, absolutely. If you can be our broadcaster for the rest of this, it's much appreciated.
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I got a night.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully you're there till the end of the tournament, right? So.
Shit. I mean, even if I like even if I lose, I'll help y'all.
Much
Thank you, Don.
appreciated. I owe you a drink.
Thank you.
As Volt said before, you are truly Don the God.
I appreciate it. Let me find the cot.
Yep. So this will be winners finals, first to 3. I'm actually gonna turn Don down a little bit while we do that.
So this is Relius versus Kokonoe.
Kokonoe. Science battle.
Yeah, it actually is. I am super hyped up. I love watching Relius. I like watching Beautiful Dude play a lot. And Kokonoe, of course, the character I enjoy. Let's see.
Yep. This should be a really good one. And it is winners finals, so it will be first to 3.
So we get good matches. We're gonna be able to see the matches. Everything's going good.
Time for adaptation and all
I
that
posted
and all
the
that.
link in Grand Blue, but we'll just ignore that.
It happens. Yeah.
Grand Blue, Blaze Blue, Blue.
We still have 11 codes left as well for those of you in chat who have not used the Matcherino codes yet. That's another, what's that? $3.30 we can add to the pot.
So,
Are we good?
Yeah, you're good to start whenever.
yeah, you're good.
All right.
All right. 2 pig squares. I just had to mention that they are both gamers. One day I'll achieve the power. One day I'll achieve the power of pink square.
It just means that people duck you in world lobby matches. People are weird. People are weird about colors sometimes. Very odd. But all of that is unimportant in the realm of we have Dawn and LordMacoT right now. Relius versus Kokonoe, a matchup that I am not super familiar with, in particular with Spirit Fire. That's a decent song. But yeah, in this matchup in particular, I would expect Kokonoe to just want to use a lot of tools in order to kind of keep Ignis either at bay or away from her, because Ignis naturally just kind of eats projectiles and really doesn't care for them. So there are a lot of ways in which Relius is able to throw Ignis in certain situations to catch Kokonoe, either trying to set up a trap or using a fireball, I would imagine.
Yeah. And now you're in a situation like this where, okay, I was gonna say that was a really smart use of over to call out the base, the burst bait, or call it the burst.
Well, yeah, I mean, the big thing there is that the overdrive also helped regenerate a bit of Ignis. Dawn forced to go for a different confirm in order to regen her back. Goes for the spin into 6D. That is, you are not a nice person for doing that, and I will explain why a little bit later. Tries to go for the reset into 6B. LordMacoT does. Nice air throw here. Pops a Graviton. Good corner carry. Whiffs the throw. Pretty good mix attempt there, however. Relius setting Ignis in front of Kokonoe. It's a pretty good way in order to set up sandwich situations, or kind of like set up a way in order to stuff Kokonoe for doing things. Like right there, you know, there's the 2-4A where Ignis just clobbers pretty much everything in her path during the animation of that move.
Oh, nice use of the Gravitron to teleport to punish him from full screen trying to press something.
Sets up the bunker. Now I'm curious to see if he opts to keep the bunker on Dawn, because that's a mix-up that I've seen LordMacoT go for at the moment. Time. Ooh. Fuzzy jump attempt does not work out in the favor of Dawn. Good
nice
block,
mash out.
However, and a mash.
Nice use of super to get out of the situation.
Yeah. Surprised that that Dawn sequence actually left out a gap, and that counter assault right there is very, very relevant. You will see that situation pop up a lot more in the future of the set, most likely. So when Ignis is active, Relius can use any drive normal when he's basically doing literally anything. Which also means that during his counter assault, he can use Ignis's 2D, and it is an extremely effective way to turn your counter assault into a knockdown. Now you can't kill off of it though, because if you start a combo with counter assault, you literally cannot kill. It is a system mechanic. But it is a great way to say, damn dude, I had to block a whole normal. How about you block now and put something in the situation?
I'll win for the low.
Yeah, double 2B there. Opening up Dawn accordingly.
Oh man. Yep, now one for the
Overhead
overhead.
that time. Yep, and cleaning up that match. So the other side of the coin of what I was mentioning in terms of neutral and Relius possibly having some dominating factors is that Relius, especially without Ignis, does not have many unique ways of defending himself. His 6B is like a really weird anti-air. His 2C is a very effective anti-air and like super easy to confirm off of. But again, that's like assuming that you're in that position of doing a jump in. And Kokonoe has a lot of ways to stall her air momentum, whether or not that's using a Graviton in 236B or doing something like jump air dash J2C and other stuff along those lines. But we'll have to see what may change over time. But it's 3 out of 5, so we definitely have time. Let's see. So we are ready for this one coming up right now. Synchronized, we are good to go. All right, sick. I'm just starting off with like a round start 236A right there. Nothing too crazy. All right. Kokonoe putting the fireball down there. Relius forced to block now, but just kidding. We're mashing despite the Graviton being on it. Doesn't affect frame data, but it does let Kokonoe extend pressure sometimes. And a nice air throw right there, catching Dawn's movement. And with the burst right there, that is a really good advantage to have over Relius, getting the burst out of him in general. However, 2-1 for C Oki, super duper strong. Caught low, LordMacoT probably trying to fuzzy jump in that situation. Definitely going to die for it with what I would assume is either double super, but no. Opts for the 2-4C, which gets and Ignis gets hit by Kokonoe Super Fireball, but Relius, of course, is A-okay. Sets the 2-4A out and gets the 3C counter hit. This is going to be decent damage, unless it's a dropped combo. Clip low on the 2B there, maybe trying to jump or guessing on the 6B, speaking of which, right there. Tried to react in spin to LordMacoT's offense, but no dice. He gets hit for his trouble. Now you're going to be stuck with set play. Let's see, sets out the trap, gets the extension and pressure. Ooh, LordMacoT just getting caught out for trying to go for Fireball in situations where Relius' pokes can tap Kokonoe. Ooh, that was definitely a situation where Don wanted OD and not burst there, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Gets a throw tech, however. Back to neutral, 40 seconds left on the clock. Duo BIOS, because even when I lose, I'm winning. All right, are we going to see the burst out of LordMacoT? Because this is about to kill once the combo prorates, and the falling JB will take the round.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay.
Hello, hello.
This,
Yeah, there we are.
It's a very weird spot. I was talking to myself this entire time. Anyways, we're back on it.
Happens to the best of us. But
Yep.
yeah, right now we've got LordMacoT running their offense, and they seem to have either picked out how Dawn likes to act defensively or something else, because they have been running train.
Yeah.
Throw after that as well. Couldn't burst any of that. That is rough.
Yeah. Every single time that they've won like a set or no one, it's been a perfect. So Dawn needs to really take this second to just debrief on like what the fuck is going on with Kokonoe or with LordMacoT. God?
Yeah.
Which I think that's what Dawn is doing right now. I mean, if I was in that situation, I would definitely need a second to like breathe and understand.
Yeah. Offline, typically it's just kind of like, all right, we'll go to character selection and then just like give yourself a little bit. But online, it's a bit more of like just relax in the sense of just being like, okay, I'm just gonna wait till I ready up and then go through the character select, think about what worked, what didn't, and kind of just dust yourself off and go for it. Because getting sent into the losers does mean that you're going to eventually run in the gauntlet, honestly. And you certainly want to avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah, like going down into losers is like a very big disadvantage, but something that is, you're definitely able to come back from. Don't fear or don't like give up once you're down there. Just yeah, LordMacoT just seems to have a greater understanding of like this is Don's habits. Exploit them. Well, Don is just trying to run his basic game plan. Oh, nice spin! Wasn't really able to get much started, just ended up getting bursted. But now stuck in the corner. Kokonoe already starting off her pressure, getting in her damage. This is going to lead straight to a reset.
Not want to get hit with that.
Trying to mash out. There is no escape.
Throw. I don't know if that was intentional or what. And that could be a bit detrimental in that case, because that definitely shows that he's not going for Throw Tech OS currently. Where you can just hold 4 ABC, and use OS for barrier or Throw Tech, depending on what action they go for. Either might just be messing it up, or just thinking that they're a bit of a layer too deep. It's kind of like, oh, they're definitely going to TRM me. Another thing that can definitely happen, where you're like, obviously they know these things. Like, I'm not going to do that. Where sometimes you should check definitely check if they actually know like the
Yeah.
basics.
Don't assume anything until it's shown to you. That's something
Basically.
I learned in fighting games.
Yeah. Good blocks from Don, but gets caught by another air throw. LordMacoT is
Kokonoe
super
currently
on top of
doesn't
that.
have any more gravitons.
Yeah, but they'll regenerate relatively soon.
Yeah.
One if he just stays put, basically. Already two gravitons.
Already 2 out.
Ooh, nice usage of the glide there from Mix.
Let's go.
Okay, blocks the super fireball, but it was an air block and got clipped by the 2B afterwards. The counter assault is baited, and we're seeing
dirty.
a nice and clean 3-0. LordMacoT.
Very convincing as well. I mean, that last part was so dirty. He blocked the air, blocked the super, got hit by a cross-up 2B. It just happens to the best of us.
Apparently there was audio desync?
I didn't hear any audio desync, but yeah, apparently there was. It was fine on my end. I don't know.
Could just restart the screen share.
Sure. Okay, so we're gonna move down into losers semifinals now. That's gonna be Omniscythe versus IceCool. This is gonna be first to 2.
Is my room good for that? Yeah, okay, they can just join my room.
Yep, should be. And then just once the screen shares back up, we'll watch that again. Thank you so much again, Don, for doing this.
Yeah, Don, you're a trooper.
Yep. I tell you, once this is fixed, or I guess out of beta, it's gonna run so clean.
Yeah, the netcode is already amazing. Like I haven't had any really bad matches.
I'm quite satisfied with the netcode.
And
what I'm not satisfied with, though, is the amount of Matcherino codes that have been used. We still have 11 sitting unused, $3.30 that can go to this top 3, of which we know 2, Don and LordMacoT, are in top 3 for sure. So they'll be getting a chunk of that. And then the winner of this next match, either Omniscythe or IceCool, will get the rest, or will get the other slice.
And if you use sponsor codes, we can get the funny number of 69. I'm just saying.
It's true.
Getting the funny number is, it's kind of up there as a.
Let's fix this scoreboard. This is losers semis.
Still back to first to 2. We have Makoto versus Susanoo.
Yep, and they're good to go.
Who was the one to send Omniscythe to losers?
Who sent Omniscythe to losers? I think we saw it. It was Don.
Oh.
Yeah, they had that close set, if I remember correctly.
So we could see a run back, or we could see IceCool dominate. All up into this match.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yep. All right, we're letting the stage rock. Blaze Blue does have a lot of cool stages, especially now that you get to play them all.
Yeah, there's a ton of pretty good ones.
Personal favorite is the snow one. Anyways, we're gonna get this started up. Immediately starting off just advancing.
Ooh, goes for the pressure reset there from the Asteroid Vision into Drive.
Oh.
I forget exactly how plus that is, but that is plus, and that does let Makoto maintain her turn. Alright, good damage.
The
should be about like 3k, yes, that's the ball.
The ball is more of like a set play type thing, or it's like a...
The ball is a projectile that essentially lets her, like... It's... Calling it set play is a bit more than what it is, because there's not, like, a ton that you do with it, but it's basically an active hitbox that is there that, like, lets Makoto do, like, maybe a mix-up at most, but it just, like... sets up a lot of situations. Gets the fatal off the reversal super.
Let's go.
Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Up for the 3C feint under the Susanoo 5B. Jesus. That was definitely not going to lead
my god, 2C from behind. Ground by
2C has a really good reverse hitbox. It's slow. But that is a big thing that it has.
Yeah. Oh, that was sick. Using the DP in the combo, getting sword.
Hmm.
Uh, uh, uh.
And yeah, this is just death.
Yeah,
60, super,
super.
goodbye.
We're about to see everything. That's the thing I really love about a super. All the abilities you unlocked, all the friends you made along the way.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The amount of damage that super does also increases depending on which seals you have unlocked and the level they are at. So for example, like Orb is a really good unlock for that super because it lets Susan do like a lot more damage off of it.
Oh,
There's stuff like that.
Oh no, Omniscythe tried to DP out again, but there wasn't really that much of a punish.
DP's out successfully this time.
Yep.
Tries to go for the J2C to catch IceCool trying to mash in anti-air, but IceCool keeping their composure and responding accordingly. Counter assault RC. Burst from Omniscythe.
Oh, really late burst. Yeah.
Yeah, and the 5B will do it.
Omniscythe holds on to his burst way too long, in my opinion. Like, at some point, you have to realize this is too much damage for me to really hold, and I kind of want to win the game at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, to make that educated decision to choose to burst. When you burst way too late, you're not really getting much for the burst.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully that is something that is changed within, I mean, this is a first of two sets, so there's not as much time, but there's still time within the set. Alright, we're starting it up. Are we gonna see the stages again? Oh, yeah, alright. Every single time I get a little scared, I'm like, are we gonna be able to see the game? But we've been running fine through Dawn. Thank you. Nice conversion from Omniscythe. Doesn't get much through the conversion though. That's important.
IceCool opts for the 6A. Just, pull the gun out, let them know. Omniscythe goes for DP to get the ground bounce and the corner carry as well. Nice extension off of the OD as well. 3.6k, that's pretty good damage.
Orb out.
Orb.
Omniscythe's pressure is really, really clean.
Mm-hmm.
Anything needs to be said. Oh, but rolls out. Now, IceCool is getting a chance to fight back. Got sword.
Yeah, but IceCool, frankly, is swinging right now.
Yeah.
They are all landing right currently. For the side swap. 1 moment.
All right.
The DP from Omni again for the ender.
Oh, try to mash something.
Yeah.
Also, it's a good anti-zoning tool because the gun wasn't able to go through it.
Well, it's because it's a projectile, so when projectiles clash with each other, they lose hits, basically. So the Susan 6A, the gun, that's a projectile property move. So they just clash because of the same property, basically.
Oh, got stomped on. Stomp on these girls. Let's go. That's
Okay, 6D, no air throw punish on it.
Got DP unlocked. Oh, yeah, DPs. DPs again. DPs again.
Yeah, there are
One more
times in
time.
high school plays where I'm like, good God, you just want to kill or make someone look, or you're just trying to style out.
Trying to get my Twitter clip. Come on.
More or less. Now, that being a quick 2-0, that will make up our losers finals set. This will be Dawn versus IceCool.
Yep, so we're going to have Dawn versus IceCool. They're already both in the room, which is great. First to 3, again, losers finals. And, yeah, we'll let it rock from there.
All right. So we're about to get Relius versus Susanoo. How do you feel about this matchup?
So I've seen this matchup like a couple of times. Short answer, this is Relius' favorite. The long answer is a whole lot of nuance, but at like a basic thing, the way how Relius is able to control space can make it tough for Susanoo to kind of move around properly. Like even with an IAD, like Relius can dash up and then do 5B, 4D, which will cover a ton of space, both directly in front of Relius. Meanwhile, Doll handles a diagonal that Susan may want to approach at. So there's like example situations like that where Relius can really just kind of like checkmate you almost. Well, not really quite a checkmate is the accurate term, but he can basically put you in. He can shut out a lot of your options.
Yeah. It's like a wall. It's just like, oh shit, how am I gonna get through this?
In some ways, yes.
But that all does come with being able to manage your resources well and such. As we see, IceCool is doing a really good job of just pummeling Dawn in the corner.
Dawn forced to burst there, which, like, the significance of it is definitely important because it means that he can't OD through Susan's strings. It also means that he can't opt to regenerate.
Nice IAD there
Doll.
to the pressure.
And that will close the round.
Yeah, so IceCool seems to have like understanding of, okay, if Dawn wants to like control space, I'm gonna let him. Like, I'm gonna just get my one hit and eventually bring you to the corner and fuck you over. See, all the way in the corner now. We got the little dash thing up level.
Well, yeah, it's not even necessarily like a lot of this is frankly just I'm honestly been hit quite a bit. There's awkward situations like right there where like it's the overdrive in midair, which is always weird. You typically do not want a defensive OD in the air because like it's just a very awkward situation with how much recovery you have like before you start landing.
And the amount of advantage where I see like someone that's grounded comparing to someone that's like airborne in a situation like that is hard for anyone to really do anything after overdrive. Since we both now understand, okay, you gotta do something, huh? So yeah, that was probably more of an accident than wanting to burst, but happens. I mean, it's the fear of getting hit.
In some ways, yeah, but the big thing is just that overdrive is such a strong tool in general, both for Relius and against like IceCool. So curious to see what it will mean in the future. But yeah, Dawn right now opting to pop OD in order to go into EA off of a regen confirm. Spending a lot of doll meter right now.
Yeah. Oh, that was dirty. Got mixed. Now it's gonna be sent to the corner, but the doll does need a regen.
Later dash into JBJC.
Oh no.
This is where things can go very south for either player, depending on the set. IceCool manages to get the hit. Dom blocks the overhead.
Oh.
IceCool jumps over, back to the corner. Ignis is now available, but gone.
Oh, nice confirm. Had to burst out 100%.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh, almost got clipped by Ignis.
Yeah. And IceCool gets chipped out. Did not realize, that it still does chip.
This doll is beating my ass. I need to do something about it. Please let me escape. The fall of all men. I wasn't able to pick up from it.
Goes low with the 2B there. He's been showing a lot of the late air dash JBJC stuff, so now it's definitely time to bring in the next layer of offensive decisions.
Oh, nice roll out the corner.
Yeah, sets Ignis up. Beats up on her a little bit, actually. Managing to get pretty good damage and desummoning her in the process.
Got the throw confirmed. Another seal is all.
Yeah, not enough seals in order to
Yeah.
kill currently off of that super.
Yeah, just smash that. Like, there's no real fear. You still had meter. Like, the worst that can happen is you got hit, I guess. But you had a good amount of health. Dawn has really, really good pressure, though. Like, being able to notice, okay, I've been doing this one thing a little too much. They may have noticed this. Time to go for a different option is really, really strong. And this is why I've been seeing Dawn showcase a bit within this set. Oh, had to burst out, yeah. All right, so that's looking like the round. Yep.
Potato.
Yeah. 1-1.
Yep.
Don's probably feeling a little bit more confident now, which that also carries into another match. Don seems to be like a very momentum-based player, though, where whether they win or lose, something is gonna affect how they play the next match, basing off how they play.
Yeah, we'll have to just see how the set ends up developing.
IceCool definitely a player who also is pretty confident within their Susanoo, basing off how they play with the Tiger, Molotov, and players before and then too. Anyway, we're getting this round started. Getting the overhead off. That's some good damage. Thinking this is gonna soon need to go back into the pocket. Like here. There you go. Oh, but this does mean that it's a really good chance for IceCool to start getting his game plan started. But not much was able to get started. Was able to dead angle them off.
Gets out of the corner now. Dawn throwing a lot of wife attacks at him, but IceCool not budging.
Wife attacks?
So Ignis is Relius' wife if you turn into a doll. I don't know if you didn't know that or not.
I do, but the term wife attacks is something that's scary.
You know, a lot of people end up referring to her as wife. This is what it is. But yeah, all right. Goes for the mix. IceCool states his disagreement with the mix and just got the DP earlier to close that round.
I wasn't really able to pick it up.
Yep. Not a ton of damage out here, but it's the fact that he's getting some good seals out of it, such as Orb.
Okay. Yo, smacking this shit out of Ignis. Get out of here.
Gear cross.
Yep.
Nice catch on the roll with 2-1-4C.
In the corner now. What we're gonna see? Yeah, Ignis had to go away.
Level 2 wheel. Will close it with the 2D there. Now we only have potentially one more game until Dawn is kicked out of losers.
But Don has been showcasing that they become more comfortable within the matchup. So it could easily be 2 more matches from Don. If he's able to get his stuff started up and get his momentum up.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible.
Both these players have showcased that they have pretty good knowledge of like what's going on within the matchup between both of them. And Dawn, especially, I feel like has changed the most within the match. Outing to not go for certain things, but it hasn't seemed to be working.
All right, IceCool managing to take out Ignis in the process and still transitions into his own offense, forcing him to burst out of Dawn that early. Super, super good. All right, sends Ignis away. And now 5B counter hit, this is certainly how you want things to start. This is going to be like 4K and all the seals that you want unlocked. DP, Wheel, Grand Viper. you're gonna get opened by something, and it's going to hurt.
What more can a boy want, man? Christmas is right around the corner, and this is how Susanoo wants to spend it.
Yeah.
And this is in the pocket.
Gets a counter assault and the roll tech off of the 5A, but didn't commit to the rest of the buttons there. Looks like he tried to burst bait Dom, but didn't realize that Dom's burst was just not back up yet.
Yeah. But now IceCool's at game point. This could be it for Don, but he does have a good chance to fight back. First,
We'll have to see how it works out. And there's that anti-air 2C. It can cross. It has a decent cross hit hitbox. It's super busted.
IceCool just kept on pressing. Let's go.
Yeah, mashing on the OD. Post OD situations a lot of times are very like confusing to tell, especially when like you do through certain normals in this game and you don't know if they're multi-hit or not. So yeah.
Get out of here! I have the gun.
Nice usage of 6A in order to keep them away.
That's
3C
it.
OD, 3C Sword Super will certainly take it.
Yeah.
And IceCool is in
IceCool.
grand finals now.
Against LordMacoT.
Yep,
LordMacoT.
against LordMacoT.
Forgot how to say the second part of the name for third time.
All good.
So this will be potentially 2 first to 3 sets. If LordMacoT wins the first one, they are the champion.
I'm sad.
If IceCool wins, he will reset the bracket, and there'll be another first to 3. Good stuff, Don.
Yeah, good stuff, Don. I mean, one, thank you for sharing the matches to us. We really needed that, and
We require one more from you.
yeah, we do require one more for you, which is unfortunate. But like, thank you for just sticking around and helping out the stream.
Yeah,
Definitely,
like I said, I owe you a drink if we ever meet up at a major or something.
I could dab you up. I'm not old enough to drink, but no. I could dab you up in person.
What's up, Gravy, in the chat? We also have about 5 or 6 Matcherino codes left for use, hopefully before this grand finals ends. Exclamation point Matcherino in the chat. It's another $1.50 or so we can give to this pot, so be on the lookout
And with the sponsor quest, you know, we're trying to get to that funny number, or go beyond the funny number, but I want to get to the funny number. So if you have not done the sponsor quest, if you have not put in the code, come on, go do it now. We're in grand finals.
You only have one more match to do it.
LordMacoT
versus IceCool.
I feel
Susanoo
like
versus
Susanoo probably struggles in the Kokonoe matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Just my gut feeling is that he probably struggles.
Any locals coming this week or next week?
Any new locals? I guess it depends where you're at, right?
Yeah, depending on where you are locally.
But if you're talking about BlazBlue, any new tourneys for BlazBlue, we are doing a beginner friendly next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Be on the lookout for that. I'm going to work my hardest to figure out why I have difficulty spectating and hopefully fix it before then.
Yeah, there's a bunch of online stuff that's happening in not too long. Chixama's going to be starting running some events.
I believe there's one going on during this. I think there's 2 simultaneous tournaments.
But for like the general
the VTuber tournament.
Yeah, that's just, and that one
I gotta get in on that. I gotta get a VTuber model.
That one is Serena that is running that one, actually. Yeah. But Chixama's going to be starting to run some events. Bi-weekly stuff for just general FGC stuff for BlazBlue, so that'll be good. Central Clash is in January 12th, which is like a $200 pop bonus for CF. All that stuff. Not really any online Boston Blue Beat stuff, but if you're in like New England, there's Extend, which is an offline thing that'll feature a bunch of stuff there as well. So that'll be super sick. So there's a lot of BlazBlue action.
If you're in the Vancouver area, I know they run a lot of stuff there for BBCF.
They never stopped.
Vancouver's one of those areas that like always kept at it with BlazBlue.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of online stuff, and since the rollback is really, really great, this does give a good opportunity for you to go and play against all these players.
Hey, is MakoT good?
I saw them say I go.
I don't know what that means.
I'm assuming I go means I'm good.
Yeah, like I go
But,
means I'm in there.
Yeah, I go.
Connection issues, perhaps?
I've ascended to the 6th barrier. I go.
Got the phone Discord going because I don't want to disturb the stream ecosystem that we have going on right now.
What's up, the loop?
Any other tournaments that we're hosting? Yeah, we're hosting the. So we're on break. We're on traditional WASD stuff, Uni, Beginner, Mash Fest, Roman Rumble, all that. That is on break right now, winter break. That'll return in January, as will our lives and such. That'll return in 2022. The only stuff we're running right now is my side Blaze Blue stuff. So this every other Thursday is a Blaze Blue Open, and then and then every alternating one is a beginner tournament. What's the link? Oh, thanks. I go. Okay, we go again.
I go.
We out here. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I'll give a proper sign off and let these folks shout themselves out at the end too. But we got a grand finals to watch. LordMacoT versus IceCool, Kokonoe, Susanoo. Let's get it.
Yep, there's a lot more Blaze Blue to be played. Let's do
Good
this.
ass Blaze Blue. Let's go. Anyways.
This is some good ass Blaze Blue. I can even front, yeah.
IceCool has been clawing his way up from losers all the way back up to this point, getting into grand finals, and LordMacoT has been sticking on top of winners and has cemented their point in the winner's side of grand finals. And as Ryan was saying earlier, I would 100% assume that this is Kokonoe favored.
This is pain.
I don't know what Susanoo is really gonna do with Kokonoe going all around and setting up shit, having a fireball going around. Like, there's so many options that Kokonoe has seemed to just keep Susanoo out. But I think Towito would have a better understanding of that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of instances in which Kokonoe can kind of play around neutral in pretty interesting ways. The big thing, though, is that at the mid-range, Susan has a lot of buttons that can kind of contest a lot of spaces that Kokonoe may want to be at, most notably within his 5B range. Oh, okay, this is going to be an early OD confirm in order to route into the Grand Viper and pick up all the unlocks that he would pretty much want, just in general for offense. DP, Wheel, and Grand Viper are both amazing unlocks. And now there's Sword, which makes this a lot easier for Susanoo in a lot of respects. At least in terms of Kokonoe wanting to set up a fireball and back off, Sword can blow through that in many ways and then just kind of make that irrelevant. Good 2A there, yeah. Trying to go for the 3C bunker, but it looks like it just didn't either.
He didn't get the second hit.
Yeah, canceled it a little early, and so IceCool just happened to be mashing, and it worked out.
It's countered by the 2A button here.
Yeah, it gets countered by the 236B. It looked like he was probably trying to time a 2C, but Kokonoe just approached the Graviton a little fast.
Got DP, got Grand Viper, got Wheel. Once IceCool starts getting ready, there's no stopping it.
Gets the DP. Does not, it looks like, have like a proper Super Fireball confirmed, but I mean, let's pick up after you stagger on LordMacoT. And that should be it for the first game. That was a quick one.
Yeah. IceCool showcasing. Once I get my shit started, it's all over. So I wonder how LordMacoT is gonna work around that. Seeing how IceCool was pretty dominating that first round.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you think about it, IceCool has been faced with a lot of matchups which you would seem as unfavorable, still as went through the adversity of it and was able to make it up on top.
Susanoo's matchup spread in general, I would say, is like not terrible. There are some which can end up being a struggle bus. More or less, there's not many matchups here that IceCool has gone through that are like this is pain. Put it in, I guess, lighter terms. But yeah,
So a bad matchup is a bad match.
good blocks on the JB. Still pretty solid right now, but the Graviton is set. And the Graviton in a lot. Ooh, nice.
Oh, that was really
Yeah.
clean.
Nice OD in response to IceCool's own. That's something really cool that you can end up doing in certain situations where if you think your opponent's going to EA, you just kind of OD in kind. But, you know, it can be dangerous depending on what's going on. IceCool opting to just straight up dash out of the corner, realizing that LordMacoT's probably just going to respect their defensive options. Tried to set orb, but maybe wanted LordMacoT to just teleport into like the orb, but didn't work out. Instead, got counter hurt by the fireball. Now you're getting
That was a really clean confirm.
hit. But this is just going to be a mix-up situation off of the fireball. Goes low. 6B is
Nice
blocked.
blocks.
Super good. RC after the bunker. IceCool is holding very true right now.
Yeah.
Great reactions right now.
Yeah, IceCool's defense was really on point for that. But that's where it all ends.
Yep.
Yeah.
That nice little teleport into 5A. Super, super good.
All right. Time for the battle of nerds. Well, nerd and the brawler command.
He is instant block. Kokonoe opting for nice
Wait
string.
for
Try
luck?
to reset into 2B, yeah.
It seems that LordMacoT would rather go into like a 50-50 of like, am I gonna go for 6B or for 2B rather than going for like bunker loops or anything like that for like traditional set play, which is really cool to see of how differently this character can be played.
The JB gets blocked. Fireball, though, will cover IceCool's jump angle. Forced to burst as well. Super, super good for LordMacoT. And being forced to spend 50 meter on to unlock DP is pretty big in general.
Yeah.
However, DPRC still is on the table for IceCool. That is something to watch. LordMacoT just opting to stall out the neutral line in this case, and will take it with this last combo.
Yeah.
Super Fireball will do it.
Yeah. 1-1. LordMacoT was able to bring back what happened last game and take one for himself. All right,
Are
so
we going to get into the next game?
Yeah. Straight into the next game, Susanoo versus Kokonoe. I don't think there will be any changes. It will make more sense. Yeah.
No, as far as I'm aware, both players are going to stay the same. IceCool does have a Terumi as a secondary, but I have very, very high doubts that he would end up switching to Terumi for this matchup.
Yeah,
That
I feel
neutral-
like that's worse.
That neutral is maybe not the greatest of time. So, okay, round start up back in J2C from LordMacoT. I think he was expecting a 3C or like a 5B and wanted to low crush it,
Yeah.
which is a pretty neat tool for that, also because it fatals, but
Yeah.
does carry a bit higher risk. Gets a side swap off
really?
the Graviton
There?
activation now. Sets the Fireball, forced to block. Gets sat down by the 6B though. Good damage, sets the
Setting up.
Electro Trap, backs up. DP'd out. Wow, Super Fireball clips IceCool during his IAD.
It got a really good chunk of damage off of it.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's not like a ton, but fact of the matter is that IceCool is looking closer and closer to just one touch until death, depending on the hit. Kokonoe might not do it because of Susanoo's humongous health pool, but 5B or like a 2B starter may be able to handle it.
Yeah.
Goes
It
into
was
the Flame
able to-
Wheel.
oh, yeah.
Graviton.
I
Forced
agree
to
with
burst. This could get really dicey though,
Oh,
'cause if he
nice
dies,
DP
it's
into
not
RC.
good. But when you win rounds like these, the burst is worth.
LordMacoT having their DP or having their burst almost back up. But IceCool is going to have to go basically this entire round out of burst.
Well, he'll definitely gain it back if he pops Active Flow early enough. And he's got a lot of
Yeah.
health to work with, so he'll like end up generating a decent amount of burst depending on how many hits LordMacoT gets.
Yeah.
Good IBs there in order to just gain the meter. Tried to DP, but he gets baited out by that JB.
Oh, try to do something there. End up getting hit for it.
That's the Graviton, probably not intentional in terms of the
Yeah.
going forward. Super
Yep,
Fireball in
style.
response. That's crazy that you have immunity. What if I showed you my reversal?
That's also a
Graviton
combo
switches sides
starter.
into the throw. It's going to be
Oh,
great damage. Burst is available now for IceCool. Will he spend it on OD instead? No, he
Save it
is
for the next
almost
round.
dead. Yeah.
yeah. Made the most amount of sense. Save it for the next round. At least have a chance to play. Oh man, the round start JTC that you were talking about.
Yep. Tries to go for the fireball, but Susan Gunn's just fast as all hell.
Yep.
Gets sniped for it. Sets the Graviton throw counter. We've seen a lot of successful air throws in general from LordMacoT. I think he's pretty keyed into how people are trying to jump and contest space with normals in general. So they're just doing a really great job of just happening to be there and be there a little closer than the opponent is expecting in order to get the air throw.
That and also they're like been really good at like just breaking out of like any type of pressure, as we saw right there. Right, they were noticing. They were good at noticing that IceCool is doing this. Okay, I can counter assault here, or I can mash out here, like stuff like that. LordMacoT has been really good at doing.
IceCool trying to swing into 2TD. That is not a good idea, my friend.
One hit is going to be death for either side though, unless it's a hit. Yeah.
There's that anti-air that he
Yeah.
was looking for earlier on the 236B Graviton. Yeah, there it is right there.
I wonder before like Kokonoe gets to the middle of the Graviton, can she like detonate it and push herself away?
So she can, but if I remember correctly, it pushes her backwards and downwards. So you're not really going to be moving very far away from the Graviton. At least when the Graviton is set in that like direction. Yeah, not super duper sure, but you could pop it immediately in order to get sent flying somewhere else. But yeah, I'm not super familiar with Graviton and activation in 236B, at least the super specifics.
J2 and then just running all the way out.
Yep,
and I'll go back in, getting the combo. Got it set. Yeah, nice use of J2C with the bunker. But IceCool's been, I mean, unironically, keeping his cool within these games. Like, all right, LordMacoT is getting this pressure and this is happening, but I can do this. So that's been really cool to see, like his mindset within the games.
The blocks from IceCool. Gravitons are getting set from LordMacoT. Decent damage off of a pretty awkward hit, in fact. Sets the trap, goes for the throw. Once again, they've been really useful so far. I think IceCool is just not used to maybe like timing a throw OS at that juncture, because he's getting clipped by a lot of throws as of late, and we're not seeing any TRMs.
Yeah.
So to clarify on Kokonoe Gravitons as well, right? When she sets them, the opponent and her fireball are pulled towards it. When she activates them, everything is pushed basically. So she can push herself in certain situations by going for things. So, and for example, Kokonoe is affected by the Gravitons on 236B. But yeah. I need to be. I'll be a little more specific. I forget exactly if Kokonoe herself is affected by the push of the Graviton outside of 236B, but she is affected by Gravitons during that move. But anyway, none of that really matters when you are in the middle of getting clapped by IceCool. Just opting for some pretty good confirms. And again, there's that 2C there.
All right, so we're starting off the round right again. Yeah, just backing up. You see, you can't be using that all the time against IceCool. IceCool's been understanding, okay, you're trying to use the Graviton 236B to get it on me. but I'm just gonna anti-air right now with whatever I need to.
Yeah, at a certain point, inevitably, your opponent's going to like adjust to whatever kind of like what you're doing.
Yeah.
And if you get too comfortable and you're not properly handling it, you're gonna get smoked for it. IceCool without sword, unable to deal with the Super Fireball Super in route for it, because every route to deal with Super Fireball is pretty much unique to each character, and it can be different depending on if it's mid-screen or in the corner. And as I understand it now, IceCool needs sword in order to make use of it. Ooh, tried to go for the 5K, and the burst is baited. There's not many places he could have bursted, so I mean, it is what it is. But yeah.
It is now 2-2 with this could be the last match, or it could be the last match into a reset. It's been going
Yeah,
back
so
and
it could
forth
be
between
the last set of the tournament, or it could signal the start of true grand finals. Either way, it is Kokonoe and IceCool. LordMacoT versus IceCool. Grand finals, set 1. Let's see who can take it here.
Mhm. Both taking the second to just think what has been working, what hasn't been working, before jumping right into it and getting some games done. Overall, I feel like IceCool has grown a lot more. Noticing, okay, LordMacoT likes to do Graviton to 236B, so let me anti-air. And LordMacoT has just been doing a good job of keeping him out of like certain hits so he couldn't get his seals out. So overall, they've been both doing a good job of adapting to each other and growing.
Yeah, so there's been a pretty good examples of that. Curious to see what last minute adaptations both might have for each other here. But let's get right into it. And the round start is IDJC in a very quick burst from LordMacoT. So Kokonoe bursting this early is not necessarily a bad thing in this matchup. As I mentioned earlier, that is a pretty okay way of removing the chance for Susan to get seals if you're able to build the momentum up. But it also means that you are sealing yourself out of a lot of comeback potential. Because Kokonoe OD can lead to absurd damage as long as she can set up into Golden Tiger. And right now, IceCool is just absolutely ran away with that round.
Yeah, it was just complete domination. So this is game point for the reset. Try to go for a reset right there. I never seen that one before.
Yep. Couple scrambles in off of the air tech over there. Nice dash under
Nice
with
DP.
the TP there, but still gets blocked properly. 2-2-C's right in front of IceCool's face. Goes for the bunker. We're going to go all the way to the corner now.
Yep.
IceCool opts to roll out. RC off the 2-3-6-8 for the pressure extension. Sets the Graviton, but IceCool just bulldozing through. So one of the things that's really funny about Gravitons is that if you're in the middle of trying to use a block swing with it and the Graviton is pulling you, you can run into situations where you're just unable to continue pressure because you get pushed out farther than normal, and you're forced to spend resources on stuff like RC. Tried to react to go for the reverse, to go for the sword.
That should be it though.
Unsuccessful, yeah. And this should clean house right there. 3C into EA, and we are going into true grand finals.
Sudden deathmatch, Susanoo sword is the coolest. Let's go. So with IceCool resetting the bracket, there's a lot of momentum on his side for him to win this and take it all back. And in order that LordMacoT needs to hold upon himself or themselves to win this and take it all out.
So the beautiful thing about losing the first set in winner sides of grands is that you have a lot less the onus a lot of times is not really on you in order to like win that first set. It's on the person in losers, because of course they got to play it through the second set. So one thing that's pretty good if you're sitting in winner side and you lose that first set is you just take a quick little breath. It's kind of like, all right, bet that didn't go maybe the way I wanted to. Let's just figure out what adjustments I can make now. I have a lot more time to work with again. I can try out a couple of new strategies. It's less stressful in a sense.
Yeah.
There can be times, though, however, where you get that feeling where you're like, damn, I didn't close it. Now I have to deal with this person for a whole other set.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, the other side of the coin, but is what it is. Either way, you're going to have to refresh yourself and go in.
It's also like the whole idea of like the first match's data, which is mainly a meme. But like, in the sense of the first set is a lot of data. It was a 3-2 set. You understood a lot about the other player within that set. So you have a chance, or have a better chance than they did, to bring this all back.
Sets the trap now, goes for the overhead. IceCool eats dirt with the 6B. This is going to be pretty solid damage, but the main thing is going to be what set play LordMacoT opts to go for. And surprisingly, whoa, that sequence was nuts. Got the 3C, probably caught LordMacoT trying to jump there, or maybe mashing, not too sure, but this will kill
This
now.
is death? Yeah.
Yeah, this is death. Easily.
Uh,
Active flow and a ton of seals available. Yeah, you are exiting this mortal realm.
4 points. Damn.
That's a lot of damage in the super real quick.
Susanoo hits like a fucking truck. Let's go.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
On the
you
other
said
side,
with the grab?
again, just not much throw tech OS happening on the side of IceCool, it looks like. So we haven't really gotten to the next layer of people TRMing. Alright, goes to the J2C, not a combo afterwards. And I'm curious to see what Oki LordMacoT goes for, because they've really just been sticking to just doing 2-2B. I'm surprised they haven't opted for like set Graviton into 2-2C for left or right mix-ups. So it kind of reduces the amount of things that IceCool has to deal with. And oh, goes for the unlock super.
Oh shit.
But none of that matters when you get hit by super fireball from Kokonoe. And they can probably kill if they go for active flow EA right now, but not opting to go for it. Either doesn't recognize it or doesn't want to spend the OD to go into the next round. IceCool is forced to counter assault now. Just a deep, bold run up into 5B, and now things are looking a little dicier.
Oh no!
The 5A tried to bait the burst. No dice. Sets the fireball, teleports in front of IceCool, another Graviton. Throw, gets teched on reaction. Alright, opt for the 236B, pop the Graviton.
Fireball.
Wants to set mixed with this fireball right now. OD in the air, gets blocked. Stuck at mid-screen now, 30 seconds left on the clock. Good counter assault. Chases the roll, no dice yet.
Yeah.
Set the Graviton.
Oh, IceCool's in.
6B.
But nothing gets
Because
started.
the Graviton is set, gets pulled out to the 3C, did not. Get blocked. 15 seconds left on the clock. LordMacoT can time it out here, but the JB will take it.
Oh my god. Quick shout out to Ghost in the chat for contributing another $40 to the Matcherino. Big
Holy
shout
shit.
outs to Ghost.
Big shout out to you, Ghost.
Pops the OD on the 2C. Thank you so much for the Matcherino contribution. Sets the fireball, Graviton teleports to it, and maintaining good screen presence through just various teleports, dashes, and also willing to teleport in front of IceCool's face in order to like start their offense. Once again,
they have a
Graviton
good
is set.
They have a good like belief of, okay, I get to do this, rather than just like, oh man, should I really do this? Like LordMacoT doesn't really have that much hesitation in my opinion, which is something that's kind of needed in fighting games, to just go in sometimes.
Ooh, there we go.
Oh, wait. Okay.
6B3C, but yeah, forced to RC because the super fireball is coming down and he has no way to handle projectiles currently. 6C gets
Now he has
hit,
sword.
try to bait the burst.
In a very
nice
nice
is
situation
available.
again.
He is trying to bait something out right now. LordMacoT
Yeah,
does
had
have
to
OD,
overdrive.
pops it on the 6D. Uses the 236B, just gets IB.
Nice
IceCool
use of
just says-
DP.
Yeah. Just says, screw you, I'm gonna just DP after the fact. You can hold that. RC was available as well.
What are you gonna do? Get off me. All right.
Yeah, this set's got a lot to offer so far. There is a lot more to go through right now. This is going to be a grueling match.
Yeah. Both of them always bring bring each other to like the edge. So let's see how is the rest of the set gonna go. Okay. And we're starting. Yeah, okay. I always get a little scared. Just a little bit. But we're starting off and 5e. 5e, I believed.
Yeah, just a back from LordMacoT. I think in general they just want to play more passively at the beginning, and I think part of it is that IceCool's shown a lot of pretty great options around start, but they have not shown many throw techs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Showed one
caught
when
with
it mattered the most. Never showed it again.
Yeah. One of the things that's also been happening that, now that I think about it, is kind of interesting with this matchup in terms of things being shown is that LordMacoT's damage has not necessarily been super high. Like, they've got pretty good mix. They've got, like, solid ability to confirm off of stray hits, but the amount of damage that's being gleaned off of that is not necessarily the highest.
Yeah.
Like, this is really cool, and this is going to be like a reset situation here, right? But the damage itself off of the super fireball combo from there was not going to be high. And against Susanoo, that can end up being pretty detrimental, because if you get caught in a situation where you have to just essentially damage race this character, and it's a matter of like, can I land and confirm my hits into more damage and make the situation more meaningful? Like, it can be a little rough against Susan. Opting for the DP there.
But the whole fact that like Susanoo has a lot of health, right? And the fact that something that could take 4 to 5 touches is now taking like 6 to 7 is kind of icy when he has the chance to just obliterate you.
Jesus, LordMacoT's in danger states now. He's going to take extra damage for the time being. That's super bad. Oh, good jail from IceCool. However, LordMacoT stays firm. Another teleport into another 6B.
The power of 6B. This wrench will compel you.
I think LordMacoT maybe wanted to try to bait a burst, but IceCool didn't have that available, so I'm not sure maybe if they were looking for counter assault instead. Goes for the super fireball, no counter hit punish there. IceCool just backs
nice
off.
use of 5B just to like back up.
This is going to be solid damage, but the big thing is the potential mix after the fact. No ice reset or nothing. Just, again, like, there's nothing that's really forcing IceCool to take, like, huge risks or they'll, like, eat a bunch of damage. Like, most of it's just been, like, 3.6k, and then it's just kind of like, okay, well, what happens after the fact? Because IceCool just runs up and just 5Bs LordMacoT out of his life savings.
I'm done with you running around, alright? You're finished. Oh, nice air throw.
Good damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, just getting a lot of seals that like you would want on Susanoo. Prioritizing Grand Viper for the confirms and DP for just, I mean, anything and everything you need it for.
Oh. Got set up in.
Good bunker, but everybody gets hit by Coco 6B. Now LordMacoT is forced to use Crush Trigger a bit more often. The benefit to that, though, is that it does activate, it does start active flow a lot sooner. There's some of the left-rights that we were looking for as well. But yeah, still not really opting for, like, Fireball, Graviton, like, 2-2C, which is, like, a pretty solid, like, left-right mix-up that Kokonoe has access to. It's not particularly hard to set up either.
Or any ice. Yeah, the ice mix-ups either.
Ooh, forcing the burst out of IceCool, super good. Now, it feels like LordMacoT can just kind of stall out. Unless they get hit with a 6B fatal, yeah, you definitely want to burst that.
Yeah.
And the Fireball switches sides with IceCool. He gets the throw tech in the air, though, which I am shocked that he was ready for that. Or if he hit an OS on that, Jesus Christ.
It was crazy how ready they were for that, but for any normal throws, it's just not happening. But also the amount of awareness that LordMacoT had in the situation, seeing that, okay, IceCool is running at me, let me push him up into the corner and then have the thing detonate and try to go for air throw or something there. Like, that was really smart. A lot more hidden lanes within their match the more they play.
All right, so both players once again just going back to their mains, just Kokonoe and Susanoo. Again, not expecting any changes going on there.
Okay. Starting off. Oh, try to go for 3C. That's super. Oh, no.
And that's going to be a lot, not a ton of damage actually off of that OD confirmed, but it basically means, again, it's just one of the situations where Susanoo is spending a resource explicitly in order to gain seals or some other form of advantage on his opponent. Nice bait on the 2C anti-air, but LordMacoT's unable to find anything off it. Thankfully, the resulting situation afterwards worked out well. Jumping over the DP, what are you doing there, buddy? I'm over here in the air and you're over there on the ground just slamming it down. Good damage, 3.7k. Caught the air tech as well. This won't kill, but the next hit certainly will. Goes for the throw, and yeah, this is just easy money right now.
IceCool was getting opened up a lot from all the 6 speeds and such, and every single time it led into like around 3k. But
now IceCool's just opting back to, we're going back to basics with the round start 5B counter hit on whatever the hell LordMacoT was thinking of.
Yeah.
Good 5A there. Caught the jump and also would have been functional as a challenge to Susanoo crouching and trying to 2A.
Yeah.
Not a ton of damage. We're going to switch sides. Yep. Leaves the bunker detonate on them. Pops that immediately.
Bunker. Kokonoe's combos look so sick.
T2A.
Finally getting some of the fireball in for Loki.
All right, good damage. Once again, I mean, IceCool's just forced to kind of sit in place and hold a lot of this offense. Super Fireball comes out. Managed to get pushed too far so that the Fireball would not hit. Good blocks, except on Grand Viper. Come on. Pain.
Alright, starting off this round. This is... Whoever wins this is actually one step closer to winning the whole thing altogether. So this is a pretty important round altogether.
Alright, lots of 5A pressure there. You gotta remember that 5A is like very plus on block.
Yeah.
Good damage. Combo port's a bit early, but IceCool still has a lot more to say after the fact.
Lots of side switch.
236D. Alright. Again, opts to just get the explosion on Susanoo, first and foremost.
Yeah.
Picks up with the 2A, DP, confirmed. Nice. 2A wheel, RC.
Wheel again. Nice blocks from LordMacoT.
Gets the J2C, pops the Graviton. It's going to be super good right now.
Give me what, around 4K?
Yeah, it's about 4K, but it also means more mix after the fact. And we don't even need a Golden Tiger setup. You are just almost dead. Except they dropped the EA that was supposed to follow up afterwards. That is unfortunate.
Now giving IceCool a really good chance to take back.
Nice instant barriers from LordMacoT. But unfortunately, they ran out of barrier. However, in yet another twist, the 2A mash will take it over IceCool. Now LordMacoT is sitting a little bit prettier.
Yep. This could be the end of the tournament, or we could see IceCool come back for 2 more matches.
Could see a game 10. Yeah. I don't know if either player's got it, but I mean, they both have a lot of gas left in the tank, it seems.
Both of them are hungry. They're trying to win. This is the first open, so this stands for a lot. If you win this, you know, you are kind of sitting pretty at the top. Everyone has to respect you a little bit.
It sets the tone in certain ways, but we'll see how this plays out. Again, 2-1 in the second set of winners of Grand Finals. It can definitely be a bit rough. We'll see how it goes.
Going back to the mains, of course. No reason to change anything up. And just taking a second to breathe. It's Really smart idea. I've been preaching it all grade finals. It's the hidden tech that everyone needs to start using because no one's rushing you when you're in a tournament. Everyone understands there's a lot of stress and stuff. So being able to take that second to relax and understand what was going on with the matches is strong. Separates a lot of mediocre players with the good players. But anyways, we're starting this off. The Wheel of Fate is indeed turning. Trying to go. Oh my god! Starts off
Early
already in
OD,
overdrive.
definitely noticed the startup of like a different normal from IceCool there. IceCool opting to OD in kind, but the big thing about this here is that he did not get any advantage off of it. No seals,
Yeah.
no corner positioning. Well, it is a corner positioning, but it is in favor of LordMacoT. Graviton is set up, which does make that Crush Trigger way easier to combo on guard break. Set the 2-2-B trap out. Graviton is up. This is
Getting all
plus,
this
by
speed
the
up.
way.
Yep.
Crush Trigger opened up now. Not a ton of
Optimus
damage,
setup.
but the next couple of hits will end up killing. Counter hits, if they build up to 50 meter, then they can definitely kill right now. But unfortunately, just shy of it. Now's got the 50 meter.
Yep.
Depends on the Crush Trigger, no dice. A good
Yeah.
5A and 5B will take it. And LordMacoT is sitting at tournament point.
Very comfortably, by the way.
Well, I wouldn't say
Oh,
about comfortably. There's a lot going on here. And a nice 2-2C to get right up in IceCool's face on a whiffed 6A. Resets it off the Baneful Bunker, but doesn't matter. Sorry,
Smashes out. I was able to start getting started. It's a good shot. Oh. Was able to counter yourself out.
Alright, LordMacoT, good match there. J2C.
Good reset.
If I remember correctly, switch sides there because the Graviton pulls you just right. Sets up the left-right. IceCool manages to block it just fine. 2C, pops the Graviton, RC.
That's
active
game.
flow available and OD. This should be it. But I have seen crazier things. Pops it. Ah, that was definitely supposed to be an ice reset. But the throw will end up taking it, and LordMacoT is WASD Gaming's first BBCF Open champion.
If we go back all the way to the first BBCF tourney in WASD, the winner was a Kokonoe player. So it's kind of ironic to see this happen again. History will repeat itself. It's hilarious. But good shit to both IceCool and LordMacoT. Put on an amazing show at the end.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to everybody who stuck around through thick and thin. Shout outs to staff, both permanent and temporary, for the tournament. Big shout outs to Don. We couldn't have done it without you. Hopefully I get my stuff figured out. Congrats on third. And then shout outs to my commentators, Towito and FadedK3G, aka Nick. Do you guys have anything you want to shout out?
Just want to shout out some Boston Blue Beat stuff. Surprise, surprise, I'm shilling.
No, well deserved. You pulled a double today. You can talk as long as you want.
I'm not gonna talk for like 20 minutes. But anyway, point being is that Boston Blue Beat Extend is coming up. If you guys want some New England Blaze Blue, that is definitely the spot to either check out on the stream or check out in person and play. There's a ton of other anime games. There's literally like 13. All 3 mainline gear games. BBCF, BB Tag, Uniclear, Grand Blue. We even have Skullgirls and them's Fighting Herds. We got a ton of games over here in Boston, so be sure to give it a look. You can check it out the Twitter at Boston Blue Beat. Yeah, I mean that's the big thing. Otherwise, I mean I just want to shout out some of the other events that are going on online. The Central Clash from Finals Friendly Funtown. It's on January 12th. And there's also some other events that'll be coming up pretty soon that I'm very excited about. So yeah, there's a lot of Blaze Blue to be played. Be sure to be on the lookout. A lot of cool shit coming up.
Absolutely. Nick?
All right. FadedK3G. Otherwise, or well, that's what I'm known on as guest online. That's my Twitter as well at FadedK3G. If anyone is looking for someone to commentate, you have a anime loser who will be 100% willing to commentate any type of online tournament, even some offlines within New York. Other than that, I want to just thank Towito for commentating with me and Ryer for giving me the opportunity to commentate over Blaze Blue,
Of course.
a game that I've been really, really enjoying recently. Um, and I just want to say good night to everyone who's come by and watched
Yeah.
and played.
I can definitely vouch for Nick. If you need a hype man commentator, when it is not 11 or 12 p.m., he can get loud and he can get hype. So definitely shout outs to Nick. Shout outs to SKD for commentating earlier. Huge man in there. Only thing I have to shout out, we have a beginner tournament next Thursday. So if you like what you see, that was an awesome grand finals. If you liked what you see, you want to get started in the game, or you're coming from another game, definitely check that out. Join the Discord, the WASD Discord. Shout outs to everyone who donated to the Matcherino. And if you celebrate it, Merry Christmas. We'll see y'all next week.
Yeah.
Adios.
All right. See y'all
See you, man.
around.